What up? What up, everybody? Dun, 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 dun. Spectacular Camel. What's up, everybody? Whoever sees no other aim in the game than that of giving checkmate to one's opponent will never become a good chess player. That's deep. Whoever sees no other aim in the game than that of giving checkmate will never become a good chess player. Let's just say that. Obsession with direct attack. Nikolai Krogius. Chess psychology. Blob X75 FM. Welcome everybody to our subscriber stream for another week. Goiju. Where's my study? Studies I contribute to. I'm a contributor this week. Alright, here we go. Eubades, Iubates, ABC, Stepfargan, Asterbate, Hey It's Miro, The Blob, Big Dummy, and let's just check if Schumacher, he always sends in a game but never tells me about it. Did you remember or forget this week? I got nothing. No, he's silent. Schumacher. Silence. So I'm sure that I forgot someone. I've got 7 games, more than enough. Alright, Ubatis is here first. Make sure I didn't forget anybody. Jim. We didn't get a game from Jim? Or Morales? Big Dummy? Big Dummy in the list. Yes? Blobix. Is Blobix in the list? Yes? Masturbate's in the list. By the way, does anybody know how the bleep I can stop following like someone I accidentally clicked subscribe to follow a streamer on lichess? I don't want to follow Zolpi, but I accidentally clicked it when I was checking out like the stream subscribing feature. There appears to be no way to unsubscribe once you've like subscribed to someone. It's really annoying. Maybe under some sort of features. I don't want a message every time that Zolpi starts streaming. You have to go to their profile on Twitch. What is that going to do? It just sends me to their profile on Twitch. Yeah, I don't want to follow Zolpi. Block them and unblock. Are you serious? It works? Let's try it. I don't know, man. I hope it works. It bothers me. I don't like Zolpi. Alright. I didn't want to... What does it have to do? What am I going to do with Twitch? Let's block him. Ha, blocked. Unblock. I don't know if that'll work, man. Should you be able to unsub them on their profile on Twitch? I don't understand what it has to do with Twitch. It's like a lichess, isn't it? It's a lichess feature. No. Yeah, no, it's not a Twitch thing. It's a lichess thing. It's a new thing. It's on lichess. No, I don't have you blocked, Arsenal. We'll see if the unblocking system works. I'll try it with Arsenal. I already tried that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I get messages that freaking Zolpi is streaming, but I don't get notifications for someone. Alright. Thanks, Arsenal. I always like to say thank you to everyone when they what the hell? When they submit a game for the stream. I don't think I have you blocked, but I can block you if you like. What am I doing? Arsenal fan. Block? No. Am I following you? It's weird. Stop blocking me. Alright, what? T on lichess, you can stop following someone on his profile. No, I know that, but this is different. This is like the streamers. There's a new feature that you can quote unquote subscribe to streamers, which means every time they go live, you get a message on lichess from lichess about it. It was new to me, so I just decided to randomly click someone and then it automatically like subscribed or something. I don't want to be subscribed or notified when Zolpi goes live. Lichess.org Sladgie following. It's not that. No, it's a new thing, man. It's about streamers. It's not about like regular like following people on the site, you know. It's like streamers, you have this, and I do think it's good. They're trying to promote the streamers, which is cool. But I still don't think they should call it subscribe because it's very, you know, that's like confusing. It's confusing. People are like, oh, I subscribe to you on Twitch. No, you subscribe to me on lichess. That's a different thing. So it's a nice effort by lichess to help the streamers that get more viewers, but need to call it a different word other than subscribe. Ah, there you go. Let's see, lichess.org stream or unsub there. Yeah, there's no option to unsub. Or maybe there is? Oh yeah. Phew, I did it. Yeah, I did it. Alright. Yeah, I just didn't find him. Alright, phew, we did it. Alright. I don't get that notification anymore. Good job, you did it. Spectacular Camel. I should make you a mod for that. Alright. Pirata versus Yabatis. Pirata Yabatis. Hakuna Matata. Whatever. Thirsty. Guys, welcome. Mr. Coffee is like away in Florida. It seems really weird to not have him here like all week. So used to having Mr. Coffee, we take him for granted. FYI, I subbed to you there. See, now everyone's gonna be like, I'm not gonna subscribe to you. I already subscribed to you on lichess. I'm not gonna subscribe to you on Twitch too. Yeah, it's like, alright. It's the thought that counts. Anyway, this is getting my brain in gear today. The most important thing is what kind of alcohol are we going to drink to try to kill this virus I have. My daughter got her second COVID test. The second one was negative. So I don't think it's COVID. Although Asterbait gave me a great lecture today about COVID. It's non-COVID. It's a non-COVID virus, but it just keeps like mutating and coming back. I thought I was better on Tuesday, and now it's like I'm still not better. In his defense, he'll be something of an opening guru. Oh no, I mean it's not that I have anything against him. It's just that I just don't want to be notified when he goes live. Nothing personal, you know. He's seems nice enough. I also hate the St. Louis Chess Club, and he's kind of associated with them, so by default I have to hate him too. But no, nothing personal. Alright. So alright, Pirata Yabatis. E4, knight c6, knight f3, d6, d4, and then e5. E5. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't play this I even wouldn't even know what to call it, but normally we've worked on this with Yabatis in the past. We've looked at knight f6. I mean, honestly, Arsenal calls it ambitious, but I call it... I don't know what to call it. It's like, dude, you're playing d6 against the Scotch is what it is. Rather than ambitious, I would call it stodgy. Personally, I don't like to play d5, but a lot of people do. I would transpose to the Steinitz here with bishop b5. White has tons of interesting moves, though. Knight c3, bishop c4. Who knows? You know, there's tons of good moves. If I'm going to play the Nimzovich, I like to combine it with the Pierce. And Yabatis has played this in the past. You know, he doesn't always play this way. I don't really like e5. Okay, anyway. Nevertheless, it's the same as playing d6 against the... It's the same thing as playing d6 against the Scotch. So d5, knight e7, and now it's like a... Well, what is this, right? It's the Dunst opening in reverse. Yeah, he's played this a lot. And now white plays c4. But I actually don't even know, like, off the top of my head what the best move is. I mean, I guess c4 is probably... It does seem like... It seems like c4 is best. I noticed there's one game with h4. Who is that guy? Nepomniachtchi. Igor. 2017. Who would play this stupid move h4? What a potter! No, but c4 is the quote-unquote normal thing to do. You want to support your king's Indian. And yes, this can actually transpose, believe it or not, we could literally transpose to a Mar del Plata king's Indian. But in order to transpose to the Mar del Plata king's Indian, black would have to play knight f6. My friend, the Weedmaster, Joe Fang, he did this once. I couldn't believe it. It was like knight f6, knight c3, g6, bishop e2, bishop g7, castles. And Joe here, because he's a freaking freak, he couldn't play castles and transpose. I swear to God, he did like h5 or something. I was like, dude, what are you doing? I swear to God, this was years ago, like 25 years ago. I think he actually played h5. I was like, dude, what are you doing? Why do you have to be a freak and play that? Like, what is that? It's like, oh, I wanted to maybe play like bishop h6 and trade off my bad bishop or something. But Yabatis doesn't like putting his knight on f6. He likes to play in Dunst style with f5. All right, so g6 is the main move. Anthony Miles. So Yabatis didn't invite that. He didn't invite this. He didn't invent this. Now, the next move, I mean, clearly white should play knight to c3 here. Some people have even gone as far as to play c5. That's a spicy meatball. Back in 1993, early Chinese grandmaster Wang Zili, and then he must have been one of the first, and Svane Rasmus with the 2017 game. I mean, c5, I think the idea is that we can hit you with a check here. So that's, I mean, that's a really dynamic move. Yeah, no, the idea is it's a modern defense. It's actually could be transposed now. But I think typically in this modern defense move order, you would normally see the white knight on c3. That's possible. Baburin Miles, 1999. Wonder where that was played. Miles was 2609 in 1999. At the peak. Oh, really, that's pretty late for Miles. 2609. Wow. In 99? I think he was that high in those days. He was already kind of on the down slope. I felt like Miles's peak was way, way earlier in late 80s, early 90s. That's a surprising rating. But definitely Baburin's peak around 99. G6, bishop e2. I don't really get this move particularly. Bishop g7. Knight c3. No, by the way, Vladash Laszlo did something like this against me once. You guys remember the what's his name? The grandmaster from Bulgaria who came on my stream? He would always do this. It's like a check Benoni. You can play bishop h6. I mean, it's not a bad move. Knight g5, interesting, Arsenal. Interesting, but it might lose a pawn. Does it lose a pawn to this shot? Not really, but no, I think you got to do this and then... Nah, but it's probably good for black in the long run. At least it's not bad for black. Although, I mean, you want to take care of check? I can go to g7. I don't think that white really gains anything from this necessarily. Oh, Mr. Coffee's in the house. You haven't gone yet? You're leaving tomorrow. And you've been leaving us abandoned all week by ourselves? I misinformed everyone. Damn, dude. Yeah, I'm starting a Patreon, so you better be back to start our Patreon command, Mr. Coffee, next week. I'm not ready to launch yet, but I sent you a message about that. I'm sure you've been busy though. All right. Anyway, it's all very fun and games. And now, the standard move is f5, but as Arsenal pointed out, you have to be careful of this type of thing with a knight g5. Although that looks like a decent move, it has a bad score. I mean, how bad can knight g5 be? I don't believe it's that bad. Slightly better for white. I don't know why is white's score so shitty here. Okay, it's only 9 games. But look how shitty it is. White is like 1-2 and lost 6 or something. I think knight g5 is interesting. There's no reason for white to have like a negative score in this position. It's funny that the main move is by far e takes f5. Because I don't think that's like obvious either. White doesn't have to play e takes f5. I could see not wanting to castle though. Because if you castle like your opponent... wait, we got the wrong position? Oh yeah, that's the wrong position. It's f5. Okay, Yabatis didn't play f5. He doesn't like knight g5. So he plays h6. And now, I have a problem with maybe castling. Guys, we're doing in-depth analysis here. If you'd like to support the stream by donating, please do so. Erdos Victor. Do you think Vicky would play castles here? Judging by the way he played against me in the freaking 2 Knights Tango, I really suspect h4. White also has knight d2. I don't know if I like white castling routinely here. What did Victor play? Victor played knight d2. You could argue it's some kind of like improved knight d2 King's Indian. I mean, this way white preserves the ability to castle queenside or not castle. There's obviously knight f1 maneuvers. Also just the natural sort of bayonet attack. It looks weird. It's not weird. What do you mean it looks weird? Jim, how dare you disagree with me? Dude, that's like a standard, like, mainline classical King's Indian. Looks weird. You look weird. Arsenal fan looks weird. No, I mean, I think not castling is a good idea. But unfortunately, there's no time for bishop e3, because after f5, there's no time for knight e2, f4, and you lose a piece. I would like to get that in as well, but there's no time. But it looks to me like h4 is legit. Though nobody really great has played this. Saric in 2005, he was already 2472. Wow. He must have been really young back then. H4 is reasonable. I just think white shouldn't commit to castling. Nevertheless, it's not that bad. Okay, castles. Eric the Red. Can somebody get me a gun? No, it's to shoot myself. I don't know, man. I slept through it, to be honest. Wouldn't know. I think I was just snoozing all day that day. Pretty much not really into this World Championship match in terms of openings, at least. Let's not talk about the openings. Or the results. Or anything. Alright, or the time control. But I didn't have any high expectations, so I'm not disappointed, you know, by the World Championship. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to analyze subscribers' games. Subscribers is. Okay, the Glacier. Yevgeny Glazerov against Dominic Pezic. I've played both of those guys. 2 draws. You're taking with that pawn on f5. Well, not always. What? Not always. I mean, you got to keep an open mind. Ars, I know that's difficult for you. Oh, man. This is how we keep the subscribers coming back, by insulting them. No, you got to keep an open mind. I like taking with the pawn. There are some cases where it's better to take with the knight to gain access to, like, d4. And I guess there's even cases where taking with the bishop is better for some reason. But I guess, I would think so. To be honest, I would think so. You would take back with the pawn. But it looks like it's a disagreement. I mean, I'm a little concerned about knight h4. You have time to play knight f6 and if bishop h5 check. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with king f8. It's the modern defense. Yasser would play this kind of shit at one point. Probably some of Blabix's friends here. Pierre Dejean and John Serre. Jean-Luc. So Picard is black. I don't know any Pierres off the top of my head. Oh, Pierre Cardin is white and Jean-Luc Picard is black. No. Anyway, yeah, Ars. I like taking with the pawn better, but look here. You know, there are more guys taking with the knight. The general rule is taking with the pawn is always riskier than taking with the piece. But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right to not want to give white that outpost square if possible on e4. So instead, Yabatis' opponent played rook e1, which is not a bad move. Centralizing, giving him bishop f1 here, and now bishop f1. You know, when Picard was cast or whatever, I think initially they thought he was a terrible... Like Roddenberry didn't like it or something. Maybe the fact that he was bald? I don't remember. Oh yeah, that was what it was. They didn't like the fact that he was bald. Alright, bishop f1. Castles. I mean, the problem in these type of positions is like white doesn't have to take back with a rook. You know, it's like one of those classical Dutches. He could just like chill and play here, and then pick it up with the knight. That's something you've always got to watch. So white played it pretty well, but I don't think he has to be committed to castling. Castle by black, and now things start to come unglued for white. White plays a controversial move here. You never heard that? I think they wanted to have a hairpiece or something, man, at first. H3. What should white play? Probably pawn takes pawn. We don't have that many options. G3 is too weakening. Oh, there's always A4. I forgot. The bayonet king's Indian. Yeah, it's pawn takes pawn. But you know why A4 is a good move, right? You got to do the rook lift. No, it's the rook lift. The defensive rook lift. In a lot of cases. Plus, there's other uses for A4. You know, general queenside expansion, A5. Yeah, but I think this is really important. I don't play the Budapest. It's the Budapest bayonet variation. So he played this. I'm going to give him a little target to attack on H3. And now, I mean, the thing is, you got to remember that white played E4. So here's the problem. How many people who play E4 know how to play the white side of the classical King's Indian? I've seen this a lot. Like, Move 11 has had trouble adapting when he's gotten in these kind of positions. Some people are, you know, they're universal. The lead master could play it. If you happen to be a universal player who plays both D4 and E4 main lines, then okay. But if most E4 players play E4, so they don't know how to play the white side of the classical King's Indian. So you see H3 weakening his king side, and now F4. And now where I would sound the alarm if I was white. If I can't evacuate, the first thing to do here is like knight H2. Is like batten down the hatches and start bailing the water out of the boat. You know, I said get knight H2, try to hold up G4. Sometimes you see it in the Joko, the closed Joko lines. Black gets like a kingside attack. Now what does black do? H5 or G5? If we play G5, maybe this. We can kind of hold on to the light squares. You're suggesting H5, which is reasonable. And again, probably bishop H2, bishop E2, trying to stop G5. How long can black hold it off is the question. Because you can't go here because of like knight B5. It's not so simple anyway. You can't play G5. If you play G5, you know, white will get the glue going on the glue gun. We'll get the glue gun going. I mean, you don't want this to get all glued up. Let's see, knight H4, knight F6 check, queen F6, bishop G4, F3. I mean, it's possible that we get in an F3 or something and we have something, but it's very dangerous when you allow this exchange of bishops. You lose a piece. Yeah, bishop D7 is a move. Okay, anyway, White has to take some kind of defensive measures here. Instead, he just ignores it. He plays b4, and now g5. So now, I mean, it might already be too late. Knight h2, h5, bishop e2, queen e8, knight b5. I'm not sure. Maybe black can just sack a rook or something. I don't know how deep the engine can go, but apparently not. Oh, he has g4. Oh shit. g4, hg4, hg4, knight g4. Jesus. Knight g6. See, a4, rook a3 would have been useful right about now. So apparently you can sack a pawn there with enough compensation. Yeah, white's just ignoring the king side with b4, g5, c5, and this is a little slow. But now Ubatis plays, this is not defended. So he plays, that's one advantage of not playing knight h2 actually. He's keeping pressure on g5 here. And now bishop a3. The great idea, and normally in the bayonet King's Indian, but I'm afraid it might be too slow. Now Ubatis made a weird move. I mean, a purist wouldn't play this, but he has his reasons. Like, I think a6 slightly weakens black's queenside, but it might be worth it. He takes away the b5 square. Alright. Rook c1. White seems to know what they're doing. Now, bishop d7. And I don't see how c6 works. So, White kind of lost patience here, I guess. King h1. I don't know. What do you want to suggest? Knight h2. Maybe a queen move. Maybe there's some lateral defense here, but I think the queen needs to stay here to protect this diagonal. I would probably play knight h2 and take my chances, but then h5, huh? Yeah, maybe too late. It may be too late for white to do that knight h2 move. So he couldn't find anything. Let's see. b5, just plow forward. Okay. Well, I was concerned about this. I didn't realize we could do this. That's an interesting idea. What do you do? Just sack a pawn? Pressurizing here. Oh, you're also attacking b5, although I don't know if that's takeable. Black can play a lot of different moves. 98. Anyway. But now white started to lose it. He played bishop b2. This is clearly not right. Now Ubatis needs a way, forward along the g file. King h7 seems kind of weird. I think what you want to do here, Ubatis, is rook f7, no? Ubatis isn't really like a hardcore classical King's Indian player. But maybe there's a problem there with like bishop c4. I mean, is this a thing now? Takes, and bishop c4, right? But you could do the John Nunn and play like take here. Or you could do what Ubatis suggested, which was like this. It's possible to play this. But personally, what I don't like is when this sort of thing happens. If you get like cemented completely. I think here you'll be alright though, because eventually this bishop will clear out on g4 or h3. But anyways, like this is standard maneuver. The plan is bishop f8, rook g7, etc. Instead he did it the other way. King h7, rook c2, and then rook g8. And now white just totally like collapses. I mean, I think his play up till here has been hesitant, but not that bad. But now, come on, king h2. What does that do? King h2 is like suicide. I could accept maybe king h1, although I don't think that's a great idea either. Well, I mean, what is white supposed to do, honestly? g4. Oh, man. g4. That might pay off, though. The rook c2. Rook c2 could be useful. Yeah, g4 is the best shot. I mean, black has to be having pretty good chances on the king side here. Right. Black is superior. It looks like g4 is his best shot. Then you'd be really tough pressed to decide between taking en passant and something like this, or leaving the structure and trying to play for h5. It's not easy. It's not easy to decide. So rook g8, and now king h2. He meant to play knight h2. It must have been a mouse slip. Actually, I want to make a suggestion here, Ibadas. It just occurred to me, but what do you think? Would you guys buy? Would you buy that king h2 is a mouse slip? Like he touched his king by accident, reached for his knight. He went to touch and move the knight to h2, but he had already touched the king, and it just made the move king h2. It totally makes sense. Why would anybody play king h2 in this position? You know, the more I think about it, I'll bet you 10-1 this is a mouse slip. He wanted to play knight h2, and he accidentally forgot he had touched his king. I bet you he was trying to play king h1, then changed his mind, touched his knight, but it already touched his king, and it made him play king h2. Seriously. I would bet 10-1 that's true. Google Chrome. Lichess accounts between two 1500s follow Ding Nepo Game 8 exactly. They were created on the same day. What the fuck is that? Alright, Google Chrome, you're gonna like die now. Don't send me random comments. So he mouse slips king h2 and then g4 and he's busted. But I mean, frankly, like, you gotta take here, right? It doesn't look good. I mean, the G file is critical. You're not so sure about the mouse slip? I am, man. It totally makes sense. I don't see, like, wanting to play king h2. You know, I just don't see it. I don't see why you'd want to put your king on h2. I mean, there might be some situations. This is not one of them. No, I'm not to say it's not possible. Maybe my odds are exaggerated. Maybe it's 5-1, but I would bet even money that it was. I would happily bet any amount of even money that it was a mouse slip. F3. Hoping to lock it up with h4. It would be very hard to break through if you play g3 here. Yeah, of course, getting off the file, man. But it's much more likely he wanted to play king h1, change his mind, and then decided to play knight h2. I do it all the time. This is a good move. This is best move by Ibadas. I think you could also keep the tension if you wanted to, but this is a famous, like, John Fedorovich thing. See, John doesn't like, as a King's Indian player, he doesn't like to play h5 because he likes to use that piece, or that square for his pieces. So that's why g takes h is a good move here. The natural move h5 creates problems because now you can't go here. And it's very useful to have access to the h5 square, as we'll see later. This is best. And now knight takes h3. White appears to be like, you know, holding on. But now here, and we have access to h4. And knight h4. And everything. And g3. So it all comes apart now. Tries to defend, but it's hopeless at this point. Yeah, queen h4. Queen, it's difficult to suggest a move for white. Honestly, it really is. Look how his rook is immobilized. Look at the rook and the bishop. That's not a good look, you know. Seriously, check. Get that out of here. Alexa, turn off the green arrows. I have to turn them off like one by one. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, this is ridiculous. All right. The rook and the queen, the rook and the bishop, rather, are immobilized completely. Pretty sad. And now, you know what's funny? Am I setting myself up for something? You guys like my stream title? I was hoping to channel the power of Bob. I like provocative pornographic stream titles. Because he could chop chop and play rook c7. Chop chop. But we have a totem pole bishop, dude. Don't forget. There's always the totem pole. You know. But don't worry, like, yeah, of course penetration on the 7th rank is standard King's Indian business. White's toast here, you know, basically. Yeah, right. Of course his bishop would have been better on a3. Bishop b2 was one of his worst moves. But Yabatis here, he channels his inner Emery Tate and plays this. But you got to admire this, you know, not for the accuracy of Black's play, but for the triple exclam knight h8 and, you know, creation of almost connect 8 on the H file, whatever. Because Emery Tate, when I played our one tournament game, you know, he was obsessed with knight a8 triple exclam. He managed to draw me, but now it's knight h8. But this is a beautiful move, creating an open g file. And the idea is to go knight f7, knight g5. And now here, setting up the pieces for the next game. Yeah, actually, he does. That ended up being his only defense, Arsenal fan, in the game. Yabatis messed up here. He has a beautiful win. Bishop takes h3. Pawn takes h3, queen f2 check, king here. And I was looking at queen f3 check and then king h2, and I was frustrated, like, trying to find a win. But it's a really sweet win. He has rook g1. Like, Mr. Slow would have done this to me in a simul or something. You know, that's just... I totally didn't see it when I was looking at this game before. So that was just lights out immediately. But Yabatis played knight g3, and now White misses his only chance. As Arsenal fan says, like, sack on the chain. He could have played knight takes f4. And this would have actually prolonged the game. And I think that White still has practical chances after knight takes f4. It looks like. Seriously. I mean, we looked at, like, this, and now Black probably shouldn't trade queens. But, you know, White has 2 pawns for the piece. I mean, this could get pretty messy, actually. And White's pawn structure is really, really solid. If you trade into the ending, I don't know, man. I mean, maybe it's better not to trade queens here. Queen e7 or, like, queen h5. So I think that was his plan, you know, as stupid as bishop c1 looks. But then he just, like, decided to take here. And now, bishop takes h3. Now there's no defense of g1. The point of the point of Yabatis's move knight g3 was to, like, decoy the knight away from defending g1. So now after g takes, queen takes check, and then he resigned because king here is made. Anyway, it was a nice game. Aesthetically pleasing, if not, you know, perfectly accurate. Nowhere near the accuracy of the wonderful World Championship. I didn't see today's game yet. Draw, I know. Alright. Yeah, a little more exciting than your typical London system. Anyway, Move 11, welcome. Guys, don't forget to start the hype train. Hey, Excel Poker's here, too. Roller coaster today. Roller coaster hype train. That was a long analysis of Game 1. Game 2, we got ABC FIGM. Oh, you're talking about the World Championship game. What was I seeing? What was I seeing? It was Ding with White? I did look at the game. Now I totally blanked on it. It was a Nimzo. Okay, I just looked at the opening. Sorry. I just looked at the opening. Yeah. I'll have to check it out later. So ABC FIGM. Honestly, what was it about a bluff? Yeah, Jim was talking about a bluff. I don't know. I'll check it out later. As long as it's not a London system. So here ABC, according to Adorian, we should take on B4. Even though, like, theoretically, it's a central pawn. You know, Keith Arkle will tell you the central pawns are worth more than B pawns. The development edge that black can develop here is pretty serious. It's not that bad. You can see, like, Gary's played it, but black has an overall plus score, probably because not a lot of good players played the Polish opening with white. After bishop takes f5, yeah, you play knight f6, but you don't have to rush with knight c6. According to Adorian, I think we're supposed to delay that. Maybe castle first. Castle first. It's sharper not to play knight c6 right away. I think you want to get the quick rook e8 in. Maybe d5, like bishop g4. Let's see. Knight f3, d5, e3. Now maybe like rook e8, bishop e2. But I'm not sure exactly about the move order. It's worth analyzing. No, but I mean b3 is totally different. With b3, it's a totally different game. b4 is riskier. Okay, so you just played like d6. Now it's just a King's Indian, essentially. Oh shit. Alright guys, this might be my opponent on Saturday. Right there. He normally plays e4. But, you know, a lot of people don't like to play e4 against me. I play Gregorian on Saturday, most likely, with black. And this is funny that this pops up. Because I wouldn't be surprised if he did something like that, you know, to surprise me with not e4. Alright, anyway. I don't think g3 is that good. You know, objectively white should play the normal sort of setup with probably c4 and at least c4 first. Yeah, f5's fine. Looks fine. White played knight h3 here. That's kind of weird. How do you think she got to 2452? You know, I mean, honestly, I see these games sometimes and I'm like scratching my head about like people like Satanska. Okay, she's married to Friedman, but still. If I could get people to play like knight h3 against me who were 2300, I would be like 2500 now. It's unbelievable. Where do you get pairings like this where people play this kind of stuff and they're 2300? Unbelievable. Alright, c4. You're playing the summon on sound defense. Wow, Ken Tompkins. Ken Tompkins, he was like a computer programmer. I think he created like Bell or one of those early computers. He was operating the computer in the mid 80s. I remember around 1987. Deep Thought or all right, C6 Deep Thought was Berliner, right? C6, knight F3. It's basically transposed to an English. And now ABC FIGM played knight A6, but I don't know. Someone on Sound plays exact setup against me on Sunday in the simul. But I of course, I played it differently from the opponent's side. I'm not sure about knight A6, I don't know. My instinct is that you should castle before you do anything here. Let's see what Ken did. Castles, and bishop E6. Yeah, that's pretty standard. I mean, basically this is a Larson setup. Is this setup any good for white? Yeah, it's okay. He's just black. Yeah, Ding's prep was leaked with top secret information on Discord. All right. Any other rumors? How's the hype train coming? Repunch just comes for the rumors. Elvis has left the building. Don't get timed out. See if you can go one stream without getting timed out. Even if you're not drinking, this is inappropriate. This is not a world championship analysis stream. Alright? You understand that. Please understand. I don't care if someone played the London in the World Championship or if Ding's preparation got leaked. We're here to analyze the subscribers' games. Don't distract. A3. Castles. D4. Wow. Yeah, D4 feels wrong. Man. You think Elvis was a Nazi? I don't know, but Nils stiffed me on his donation. Dude, he stiffed me on the donation. He said he would make a donation if I analyzed his game, and then you didn't get a game and I didn't get a donation. So I'm pretty, my heart is broken. I sent him a message and I said I'm heartbroken. Yeah, I know he said he wouldn't be here today, but you know, this is not cool. Yeah, D4 doesn't look right. Well, the important thing was that we had to watch a boring as fuck game. Okay, I mean, I've seen worse. It wasn't a barn burner. Grudefeld's not that bad. Yeah, D4 is not right. I mean, white should play D3. Clearly. Or castle and play D3. But, I mean, the normal setup is D3. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think knight a6 is bad. I wasn't sure, you know. I think knight a6 is normal. But you have to consider, like, what'll happen if he plays, like, b5, obviously. I think you go here. But it's tricky, you know, because he has these, like... He has moves like, let's say, c5 or something. The central levers. Or if you go here, you're getting knocked out in the middle. You have to be careful about supporting your central pawns. But I think castles is for sure a good move. Yeah, the question is, maybe you don't move the knight at all here. What Tompkins did seems logical. There's also queen e8. You know. Sometimes someone on sound puts his bishop on d7 in certain circumstances. And you also have this, the crisscross. Blobix was joking, and I realized the other day, like in my simulad multiple games, or when was it? Blobix in my, yeah, it's a Dutch. Well, it is a Dutch. You think Bishop E6 is for knight D7? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean general development. Okay, Bishop E6 attacks the pawn. We've got to watch this push. This guy played D3. Yeah, Tompkins played, I mean, he probably was following like the standard sort of Larson system here. And he played D5, but I mean, that's not absolutely necessary. I don't think that Ken Tompkins was like a really strong master. He was just an average master. It looks like A5 threatening A6. Anyway, this is a normal setup. I'm not sure if I'll actually go for D5 so early. But whatever. Alright, knight A6 seems reasonable. A3, castles, and this has got to be a mistake. Because now, I mean, what are you going to do? You know, you go John Curto and put your queen on C7 or something? I mean, you got to play E4. There's no queen on C7 here. There's no way to defend this pawn. You have to play E4, but it's good, you know. Now you're owning the center. And honestly, like, White has to seriously consider whether this was a big freaking mistake. I don't like it, man. I don't like it for White. This guy's 2480. This doesn't look right. It looks like White's getting plastered. Plaster master. This might be safer. Honestly, I don't know. I don't like White's position now. After E4, I think he's worse. No, but I mean, knight D2 and White has a passive position where he's just slightly worse. I mean, okay, maybe E3 is not ready yet. Yeah, absolutely move 11. In fact, I'd be real surprised if C5 wasn't a move. That happens. Shit happens. In the King's Indian. I mean, this is obviously a very double-edged thing. But C5 is a move. The computer likes D5 best. So this... What you did is normal, though. He doesn't seem to have D5. Maybe, yeah, maybe you shouldn't give him that. He might have something with a pin here, but probably not. But I think the way you played is absolutely correct. Queen B3, King H8, and now you're just better. And then the nail in the coffin will be like F4, Queen E8, Queen H5 resigns. This guy is gone on the king side. He should be gone in this position. I mean, is F4 just burying him alive? Can Black really survive after this? Alexander Ivanov would beat this guy like 100 games out of 100. It looks like game over. It's only +1. He can take on F4. Damn, it's too early. We're not winning yet. So you need more build up. Bishop E6 looks like a good move. That's what you play. Queen E8 is also good. Arsenal or someone pointed out knight B3 maybe here. He also has knight A4 here. Okay, now it's over. As far as I'm concerned, you got to checkmate him on the king side. This guy should be checkmated. He takes pressure off of this. You got to kill him. So if you didn't win this game, did you win this game? You did win this game. Okay. Yeah, no, not a strong game by White. Yeah, F4 should work. I mean, he could try some sort of desperate F4. I don't like his rook D1, by the way. You know, that knight could come back to D1 and defend. There are some instances. Like, he would be better off here with rook DE1, probably, and be able to play his knight back to D1. Queen G6 looks kind of telegraphic. You know, you don't really know if you want to go here or here, but I think f4 looks good. Yeah, f4 is like winning. He's too sealed off now, you know. There's no way that white can survive this. I feel like there's one last chance. Maybe he can play like f4 or something and try to survive. Of course, it's a bad position for white. Yeah, well, that's what happened anyway. Yeah, exactly. He does f4. I mean, I think this is a good practical try. But again, he really wants to have his knight. He probably wants to have his knight coming back to d1. With knight d1, he could defend against that shit, you know? Here, what's he going to do? See, this is embarrassing. I mean, knight here, knight a2. That's not great. And this looks pretty brutal. I mean, your king is sort of stupid on h8 now, but I'm not sure there's anything he can do. If I were him, I would try to, like, run away, but it may be too late. I think this just makes it worse. I don't know where your knight's going from here. But I guess there's a problem. He can play h4. Dude, can he hang on with h4? If h4... Damn. Man, I don't like that. But what are you going to do? h3? So maybe h5 is a mistake. Maybe knight g4 is a mistake. But I don't like your queen where it's placed. You have to move your queen again. You're going to have to play like queen h6 or something. Maybe h5 is a mistake because of h4. It's clearly his only defensive hope. The computer still thinks black's winning based on the space. But he's got to play this. He's got to play h4. It's the only chance. And he doesn't do it. And it's over. The break is decisive. This is totally decisive. Nice move. This is his only chance. The computer says like +4. But you still have a lot of work to do here, man. I mean, you can say +4 all day. But with no clear pawn break, the engine is playing like b6. And it's a whole new game. He was very mistaken not to avail himself of the opportunity to play h4 there. This is game over now. Because your pieces are able to get in and you have too much space. And you can open the game. That was the key. And it's over. I mean, it's not even about the material, but you see you're checkmating him here. Not even winning the exchange. Jeez. Okay. That's enough of that. Good game. Yeah, it's a good setup. Okay, now we've got another game from anonymous player. Yeah, no, I mean, I you know, you can't play like that with the English. I mean, you can't let the opponent have a space wedge of that magnitude. The spatial magnitude is just out of control. For the computer, it's +4. But if he had played h4, I think it's more like realistically +1.5 in real over the board or, you know, real world playing terms. You know, you against this guy, I mean, you know, you still got to break through, and the king side is locked. Knight g4, e3, any chance? I mean, you could play it. Alright, this is anonymous player. No, I mean, the bishop takes b4 lines are interesting. Anonymous player against Stafargan. Stafargan is very tough to play against because he plays the Stonewall attack and he knows it pretty well. If you're playing black in the King's Indian and the opponent plays this, I mean, there's like a 99% chance he's going to play a Stonewall attack. If white wanted to play c4, he could play c4 already. So what's the purpose of bishop d3? The only real purpose of this is to play Stonewall with f4. Here you played d5. But of course this move isn't necessary. It's a good move. On the plus side, if you play bishop g7, white can play c4. And one interesting setup against the King's Indian is this. You can play like knight e2, and it's funny that there's very few games here, because this is like a mirror image of what Botvinnik would normally do against the King's Indian attack. I'm honestly like pretty surprised that more people don't play this sort of way with white. You see a lot of people playing knight f3, bishop e2, and crap like that. But it seems to me this is far better for white. And in these type of positions, this bishop can retreat back to like c2. So that's something that deserves consideration from the white side. Okay, when you go d5 now, obviously white still can play c4, but his intention is to play this. f4 usually. Okay, I'm going to make a comment here against Stapvargan. I don't like his tendency to play an early knight d2 in the Stonewall. I don't understand this, really. I don't know why Stapvargan is so committed to playing knight d2 in the Stonewall, but here he can still backdoor it into a Kali system. So honestly, from my perspective, I think the only justification of this would be to go back into a sort of semi-Slav type of setup. I don't understand playing knight there. There are some weird variations though. I don't remember who did this, but I have seen, like, for example, f4, castles, and maybe this knight to f3. Let's see if we can find let's see if we can find any games in the lichess Opening Explorer. Yeah, there's quite a few. Of course, none of them are very high rated. But I think there's some unique features of this. If you do the knight on d to f3, might have some independent value. Alright, he plays f4, and now, anonymous player, he did the exact same setup against me in a Catalan. I need to see a note from your doctor. Can you check if Ding and Rockport prepared this? It's a good one. Maybe. Okay, it's a Stonewall. I like the Stonewall, but I don't get the early knight on d2. I don't really understand the significance of that. I prefer to play, either b3 and bishop b2, or bishop d2, bishop e1, bishop h4. But Stapvargan has his own ideas. I mean, maybe this isn't so bad. This move is not relevant to this position. This is the kind of move like you might make that move for some reason later, but I definitely don't understand playing it here. So I'm either castling, playing c5, or maybe b6. Those are the only moves. It's simple. Maybe knight on bd7 if you want to play passively. That's it. If you want to be interesting, play bishop f5. It's probably not that good, but it's not that bad. That would be better, by the way, if white's c-pawn was on c3, so that white would have to make a decision. Here he could just play like Karl Schlechter and leave the freaking bishop on d3. Neither side is castled, so the g file is not really a dangerous line. But this move doesn't make any sense. What does this do for us? It just blocks our bishop. So I prefer castles, and c5 is okay. Not Nevin. I always like that name. It's a Canadian master. Canadian masters with Norwegian names. What'd you do? E6. I don't get it. You know, the E6. And this is a very strange move. I mean, you're blocking your C pawn. Of course, hopefully you understand that. Now, there's a weird idea for black here. If you really want to be, you know, purposefully weird, I could see knight e7, knight f5, and popping back to d6. But my gut instinct here is that we're wasting time, and we're already black. So let's say, like, if you try to do that, maybe c3, preventing knight b4. If you try to do knight e7, you're just going to get busted in the center. Bam! And then white has a beautiful position. There's no time for this kind of fancy stuff. We're screwing around. You know, why is our knight on c6? Why did we play e6? Instantly, white has a tremendous position after e4. So knight c6 is bad. e6 is bad. You know, at this point, you probably have to play like b6, start making normal moves. You know, bishop e7 or bishop a6, knight d7 quickly before white plays e4 and turns it into a very good position. After knight c6, he played c3, and now we went and oof. Knight g4? That's super weird. Okay, anonymous player. Anonymous weird player. This isn't that bad, ironically, because you have f5. You're gonna have to stop e4, which means you're gonna have to play f5. So white plays queen e2 quite correctly, and then this is a very strong move. I mean, e4. And he has a perfect position. You have to play this. This is like forced. It's not even a question, man. I mean, this is 100% forced. You cannot allow white to play e4 here. He has too good of a game. So, and he does, you know, bam. Instead of queen e2, what? Can white play e4? Yeah. Oh shit. Is that legal? There you go. He can. He can and he should. Oh shit. Oh shit. The refutation of knight g4. Oh man. So now you have to go here, and then on this you probably have to take, and then he'll have to recapture, and then you have to move your knight back, and you just like screwed around. And white has a beautiful game. Beautiful game for white. I don't know, Kakatiri. You can submit a game, but I don't promise. I'm under the weather, and we'll see. It might be late, and I'll see how I feel. No. No, knight g4. Yeah, Arsenal. Good job. Thanks for being heads up. Arsenal found it. You know, this is very strong. And now you have to take or play knight e3. I don't know which is worse. But the final point is, like, you get to this kind of position and you have no c5. You have a bad, what you have is like some kind of like horrible modern defense, or sort of Scandinavian. You have no counterplay against his powerful pawn on d4. No breaks. White is clearly better. He's going to kill you with like g4 and f5 if you're not careful. Anyway, alright, queen e2, you missed f5, he played e4, doesn't give you another chance, and you're basically strategically busted here. Basically, your basic strategic bust. Can you play f5? Here's a question, should you play f5? It's horrible and ugly. If Akiba Rubinstein was white, would he play e5 or would he play like pawn takes pawn and play knight e5 or something? Probably e5. I mean, e5 kills your knight on g4 and it has to recycle back here, and white has this massive space advantage. It's a really, really good French. But still, it might be your best shot. Not everyone's cup of tea. Rook e8. Rook e8 is like, please play pawn takes pawn so I can win your queen. Alright, castles, and then knight f6. And then he pushes, and this is like the worst Nimzovich ever. I have to say though, Staffargan he's like kind of a better defender than he is an attacker. He's really good at defending slightly worse positions. He's pretty good at attacking. I feel like his biggest strength is in time pressure defending slightly worse and miraculously saving games. Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble here. I mean, f6 probably isn't good, but like, what is good? You know, your only other option is to play this. This is probably best. Knight e7. Try to hold up the avalanche while trying to achieve c5 on the other side. But I don't think you're going to be able to hold off that forever. You will have to play like f5 at some point. So he just takes. Yeah, and it's a Nimzovichian setup for white. A very good French. I think his knight on d2 is a bit redundant here. Yeah, if you can't take that knight, you know, this was a good move. You're in trouble. And now rook f3. I don't know, guys. I'm not sure about rook f3. I'm not sure. It's like the normal stonewall attack thing. I don't know what white's best is. He's real close to sacking a knight on. I mean, he does seem like he might be close to sacking a knight. I don't think this is a bad move. Knight h5. Yeah, you're in a very bad position. You're basically forcing him to play g4. And now rook h3. He's doing the standard. Rook f8. And at this point, I think that, you know, he has to start considering possible sacrifices there, but you're probably like, yeah, you're probably in deep shit. Okay, you have knight e7. It's a tough call for white to sack a piece, though. Does he really want to sack a piece? What's the advantage for white? +3. It's +3. How about the piece sack? Okay, black to play rook f8. Yeah, the piece sack's not enough because of that knight e7. But here Staffargan can play g5. I'm not sure you want to do that. Oh, I see. Does he like sack a rook or something? Maybe he sacks a rook. He probably rushed here with g5. I mean, white doesn't have to release tension here. What would world-class player do? I mean, maybe this knight? But to be honest, if you play knight f1 or something, it's possible you have an out. This is really important. I mean, at the end of the day, it's probably not enough. Like, let's say takes, 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 and takes. And you're just like down a pawn. But there's still some hope, and you could simplify a lot and maybe end up in some kind of ending where, you know, there's a chance to survive. At least he still has a bad bishop. And there may be some chance for survival. If he moves his knight away. But see, that's the problem with knight d2. There's congestion everywhere. When you play knight d2 in the stone wall, you end up with 3 pieces that can't move. He's trying to like checkmate you Stonewall style with 3 piece odds. This knight's job is to guard the e4 square. You played rook f8. He plays this. You know, now what? You don't want to take on e5 because of f takes. So I guess you have to do something like bishop e8. Then you drop e6, so you can't. So I guess you have to play maybe here. And then knight g5 starts to look really nasty. Exactly, Arsenal. So, okay. Black could maybe try knight e4, sacking a pawn. The minute that knight leaves the guardianship of e4, you start looking for bailouts, maybe sacking a pawn. But you played knight c5, okay. And then you did it, nice. Okay, I get it now. So if he plays f takes, you got, I mean, this is possible, but I mean, this is really interesting. Can't take. It looks like after that, like, you're hanging on. For real. So he takes with the knight. And now you went there. And now you've got the light square. Hope. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to give up his light square bishop, really. This is painful. He went for the pawn. But I'm not surprised you held this. Very good defense. Down a pawn, but he has the bad bishop. He has that bad bishop every game. I mean, every game I've ever had with him. This is a neat move. Rook takes f4. Wow. What a comeback. And suddenly, like, maybe black's better. Holy shit. Now white is in trouble with the bad bishop, and his king is open. I guess you're going to double on the f-file here. This is a nice move. Staffvargan realized he was in trouble, and then, as I said, he's a good defender. He really plays his best when he's worse. Bishop takes f4, and then c6, and now you've got to find a way to defend. You're getting down on the 7th, though. Oh yeah, no, rook e2 is interesting. Yeah, I agree, Arsenal. It's hard to call. But anyway, it doesn't look like white can stop you from penetrating on the 7th. So he plays rook f1, rook e2, and Jesus Christ. Yeah, this looks like some other games I had with him. I just wanted to like beat my head on a stone, literally a stone wall. That's why they call it the stone wall. Because you're like there, you know you're better with black, and there's no freaking way to win. It's a draw. Damn, bishop c1 guarding the base of the pawn chain. No, you've got some chances. Maybe bishop f8 here. Shit, what if you play bishop f8? Uh-oh. How is he defending his position after bishop f8? Anybody? Now he has weaknesses on both sides. No, the problem is Ars. It doesn't hold. I got check. Rook f1, bishop takes h2. It looks like bishop f8 is winning. I don't see how white can defend. Well, he does have a defense. What? Wait. What did we say? Hold on. He has rook f2. What did I say? Oh, that's after a6. No. With bishop f8, you're winning. Yeah, you're winning. Oh, shit. Yeah, it was winning. You're winning here. a6 just draws. You wasted a tempo. But you needed that tempo. Alright. Thanks for the donation. Our first 100 bits today. Gave him the draw. No, I mean, yeah, with bishop f8 immediately, black's winning. That was a strong comeback. Yeah, I don't like the stone one. I don't like it with knight d2. There's some other weird lines. You know what had occurred to me? Before we move on? I think that people do, like, knight h3. Oh yeah, no, but here you have bishop takes h3, no. Yeah, there's some funky move orders that white can employ, but not in this position. Alright. 8 chapters. Acerbate. Thanks, guys, for the hype train. Anybody else? Kakatiri, did you send in the game? Again, I don't promise I'm going to get to all the games. I'm going to do my best. I do have a pretty bad plague. I have the plague. I've had the plague for 10 days, and I thought I was out of the woods like on Tuesday, but apparently it's not gone yet. Here we go. Acerbate with the hype train. What do we got? Alright, let me turn off this lichess opening explorer. I mean the whatever, the lichess database. We have spoilers for this name. What? Alright, bless you. Bless you, Sladgie. Spoilers for the game. No spoilers. Acerbate is white. What happened? Acerbate's going back to his old days. He used to play the Bodler with white. And he's been playing f4, which I think is appropriate against d6. But he decided to go the old school. He went back to his roots with like bishop c4. Okay, it's not that bad. It's basically a closed English with white. It's not that bad, to be fair. I think the Bodler is a little better against d6 than other moves. No Bodler is a good Bodler. Now black is not threatening knight c4 yet. Does anyone know why Twitch is declining my subscription payment? It works to buy bits, but it declines subscription. Like, dude, shut up and take my money. Seriously? Has anybody experienced a problem like this? Kamsky. Yeah, d3 is normal. He's playing like Gata. Gata started playing this crap with white. My god. That way it's easy. Gata's repertoire is like bishop c4 with, you know, with e4 and the London with d4. He's just doing the London on the other side. It's Gata swallow. Like, it's Gata and Magnus and people like that we have boring openings to deal with. Yeah, now Black has to play, like, incisively here. I would think, like, g6 is, and I say like too much, like a Valley girl. I just realized. Mr. Coffee just gifted tier 1 sub to anonymous player. Have you seen my credit card, Mr. Coffee? I had to have it, like, you know, I had to have it, like, turned off because it went missing. Someone tried to charge a Twitch subscription to it. I don't know why it's not working. Did you submit the wrong game? Did you? Did you now? Mr. Coffee, thank you. Masturbate. Did you submit the wrong game? Damn it. Where are you? Where are you, my friend? Ask the master. Master Sladgie. Guys, I just want to... Mr. Coffee, I want to make a Patreon command. When you get back... Damn, where did that go? When you get back... We'll make a Patreon command for the stream. It's just the waiting list now. This is our Patreon, Master Sladgie. Jim said it sounds stupid. I mean, I couldn't sleep all night last night. Now questioning my existence. Oh. Well, sorry. I misunderstood. No, that's fine. That generates interest. It was I was afraid it sounded stupid. Kinky is good, you know, stupid is bad. Probably won't attract any females, but we take what we can get. Alright. Going back now. Asteroid, are we in the right world? Join the Patreon. Waiting list. Damn, dude. I really, really hate Google for more than one reason now. First of all, they're sending me these ridiculous messages. I'm getting like weird little boxes popping up that are just random shit from Google about chess. I didn't sign up for that. Secondly, it's really hard to like go back. There's not like a back button. Like on Firefox, it's much easier to navigate with Firefox. But lichess doesn't like Firefox. Even though it would completely make sense if they would, because it's the same principle. It just doesn't work. They're lazy. Damn, where's Societies I contribute to? Where did it go? Sorry guys, I have dementia and I'm sick. Here we go. Astrobate, was this the wrong game? Max command. You're gonna have to unlock somewhere in the dashboard. Oh, screw that, man. Cancel something. Mr. Coffee, like, delete a command or something. We must have commands we don't need. Sign up for extra $5.99 for more command slots. It's like New York Times is trying to charge me twice as much to subscribe. Sign up for Streamlabs Ultra Nitro. Asteroid, I don't care if it's the wrong game. When was this played? This is recent. Why did your opponent play knight on BD7? He's trying for like direct, you know, knight F3, knight G5, bishop takes F7, mate. Yeah, you might as well delete eBay. I mean, I'm sorry to see it go, and I know Asterbane and someone on sound will be sorry to see it go. I'm sort of nostalgic for the eBay command. Alright, Asterbate. Master Sladgie gets out the whip. Yeah, I'll have a Patreon where I'm the Master Sladgie, and everyone has different like slave levels. Jim's into that. But anyway. Why would you play A4 unprovoked here? It's bad enough that he auto plays A4 against A6, but now he's even like doing it without even provocation. The guy just played knight on BD7. Why do you need to play A4? You go for the jugular on the king side. This is the idea, right? I mean, this is the time to attack. Do you have any other suggestions, anybody? It seems to me it's like It's f4 or nothing, right? What other move is there? Okay, knight e2. If you want to be kind of on the conservative side, Tomato Farm is going all in with g4. Yeah, that's a little excessive, but it's a move. We'll save that for Weird Wednesday. No, I think the choice is obviously either f4, knight e2, or maybe knight f3 if you want to be like a loser and play something lame. No, it's actually not. I mean, you could get the main in one if you're asked me. I say you play knight f3, you go old school on this guy. He won't see it coming. I mean, why didn't you play knight f3? Come on, bro. He wouldn't have seen this coming. Not in a million years. This is like going back to like 2017 Astrobate. When did we start streaming again? Knight f3, it's actually not such a bad move. There are variations where you play knight f3 first and then knight c3 and you toss the knight to g5, seriously? Because if e6, then you have f4. And h6 just weakens black's king side. Like, this is a real thing. So you have three options. a4 is lame, bro. I feel like Astro. I want Astro to say that. Right for lame, bro. Alright. I don't know why the Jetsons just popped in my head. a4. I sounded like Astro. a4, a6. Yeah, he psychically felt compelled to play a6 after Astrobate played a4. And now you blocked in your own f-pawn. But I still don't mind. It's okay. Knight f3 is okay. e6. And now, you see, because he put his knight on the wrong square, he can't punk you out with d5. You know, here's a situation where this would be a little bit over the top, but maybe not. You know, maybe we want to provoke him. You can provoke him to play like h6 and then come back to h3. I've seen some close Sicilian players go down this type of road. I mean, knight h3 in the close Sicilian, it's kind of like a hook. You know, you go out there, you suck him into doing something crazy, and then you hit him with f4. Knight g5, not a bad idea. Okay, castles. Let's see the opening explorer on lichess. This position has been reached. That's funny. This position has been reached 6,409 games. Bishop g5 is the number one move, and it has a losing score for white at 47%. Isn't that funny? Bishop g5 is the number one move. It has a losing score for white at 47%. Whereas, if you go down the list to the bottom, you know, knight g5 actually has 50% score for white. Because our idea is to play, you know, to play for f4. Poor Mr. Coffee's like struggling with eBay. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to ruin your vacation. Obviously, castles is fine. Now, bishop e7. Yeah, now it's like face palm. It's face palm time. Now knight g5 is like the bonus of the cheapo bishop takes e6. It's a bonus cheapo. But I'm afraid that knight g5 might not work here. Now. It may be too late because of d5. Wow, e takes d5. There's a couple games here. E takes d5. Knight takes d5. Knight takes d5. And they played bishop takes g5, like losing a rook. Yeah, that's great. Knight takes f7. There you go. Knight f7, king f7. Queen f3 check. It's the fried liver. I don't know, man. There's some interesting tries with knight g5, but all right, it's not the safest move. But what are you gonna do? Oh my God, Asterbate. Why would you do this? Why can't you play like sound chess? h3 is good. With h3, we have knight h2, we have like the London system. You can have the London system and the Joker piano at the same time. Why not play both? That'll be a new video that I feature on Patreon. Austrian IM Adolf Herzog did that against me. He played the London and then he played bishop c4 later. So it was a Joko London. He was one of those. I told a story how about like. I understand when people are mad when they lose, but like the game was clean and he was never better, and then he was like all mad after the game. I don't get it, you know, like why are you all mad after the game if you were like worse the whole game? I mean, it's pretty weird, you know. I understand like getting mad if you like blundered and you were winning, but seriously, h3 is number one move for a reason. It gives you bishop f4. You could play like lots of things here. A knight move maybe. Try to play for f4. There's always knight e1 if you don't trust knight g5. Knight d2. You could play rook e1 and then, you know, you go like Leko style. Knight d2, idea knight f1, knight e3. Dr. Drunkenstein. But this is horrible. What'd you do? What are you doing? What is this? Wait. Help me out here, Asterbate. What is that? Somebody help me out. What is this? You're sacrificing a pawn. What do you get for it? You cut the board in two. Alright. Inspired. Okay, this type of sacrifice exists. You know, I would say, like, first off, black's pretty congested. It's funny, though, like, the vast majority of players took with the pawn. I mean, with this much congestion, this is kind of reminding me of my game against, I want to call him Hacky. Shaki. It might be hard to hold this pawn, though. You know, it's not the worst sacrifice an Asterbate has ever made. Wow. So he just goes, like, sealer sweeper. He doesn't even try to get it back. Wow. Hackamatic 5000. He's playing Bughouse. You know, ain't nobody, like, getting this guy after knight f8. You can't get mated with a knight on f8, first of all. If it was like Asterbate versus Steinitz, knight f8 would be played. You know, honestly, a5 is pretty good there. You know, you have some compensation for your sacrificed pawn. But he does that. Oh, no. It's probably still unsound. But I don't know how you can not sack after h6. He didn't do it. This is like the time that Tao didn't do knight f7 in the Alyekhin against. That's unbelievable. I can't believe you didn't sack your one of your pieces here. Can you guys believe this? Damn, dude. I mean, I guess it's not enough, objectively. Take. Asterbate decided to be rational for once. So that was a disappointment. This game actually occurred in another game. It's a small world. Knight e4. And now Aster with the novelty d takes e4. There's a problem with knight b6 probably. Forcing your bishop off the board. But I'm not sure which is worse. Yeah, I guess you should take with the knight. The point is you can keep your bishop on the board. Bishop b3, I guess. See, he's got to be tempted to play f5, but then you light him up with queen h5 check, and the position would be rather sharp. Jim would love this. It looks like a booty. Definitely Jim territory now. What? Bishop e3, queen c7 could be awkward. Well, I mean, I'm not saying white's play is sound, but we've got something, you know, f4, c4. It's sharp. I'm not saying like black's in trouble or anything. I just think it's playable for white. Yeah, it's more dynamic to take this way. I think he took with the pawn, and now he has knight b6. Yeah, this sucks. I don't know, Acer. I don't think you should trade queens here, bro. To be honest with you, I don't think this is good either because of c4. So I think you gotta bite the bullet and do something crazy like queen e2. There's a problem though. Jeez. Does this lose a piece? No. I mean, there's this. You could just move your bishop. Yeah, it's okay. We can always move the bishop. Queen d4 is no good. I think queen e2. You let him have your bishop. You try to push a5 if possible. He's got double pawns on one side, and you're going to fix him on the other. So he should probably play b6. But then you have some time, like rook d1, queen c7. Objectively, white is a pawn down here. But it's kind of difficult for him to use his bishops and his extra pawn. I don't think you should trade queens. So you traded queens, and now you're like down a pawn in a symmetrical position. Objectively, white has like no winning chances. Bishop e2. However, if white gets that wedgie in on the queen side, maybe you've got something. You definitely should play a5 here. Do you think there's a problem? Like you can get picked off with knight b8, knight c6? Bishop d2, knight b8, knight a4, knight c6, and the c-pawn's falling. You have some chances here, man. Alright. Acerbating the endgame. This is a nice move. Damn, he's been studying his Jeremy Silman. The extra pawn doesn't matter that much here. He doesn't do a5. Damn it. Acerbate, you have to play a5. You have to play a5, bro. It's a perfect move. Now he's got two problems. I mean, you're still down a pawn. I mean, bishop g5 actually looks pretty solid for black. But I really think you can probably hold here. I don't think that white is lost or anything. It's not that bad. You gotta learn to play with pawns better, because you're masterful with pieces. This is kind of weird. I mean, I'm open-minded. I'm hetero, pan flexible when it comes to like chess ideas. Arsenal is straight. He's sexually one-dimensional. Chessically one-dimensional. Sorry, buddy, just picking on you. Alright. 92. I like to tease. Yeah, we like to have fun here. We like to have fun here and joke at the expense of our subscribers. But I use like teasing as a means of encouraging people to be sexually flexible. No, to be more open-minded about the game. All right, bishop f3, b6, and now what if I like locked Astrobate in a room with a book of all of Petrosian's games and no other kind of, what would happen? It would be like a cool like sociology experiment. What would happen if you locked Astrobate in a room with a chessboard, enough food for like 2 months, and all of Petrosian's games? Like, what would come out? Like when you when you released him? It was like that woman that went in the cave for it's like the woman who went in the cave for however long it was. Would he come out like a completely different style of chess player? It would be an interesting experiment. Alright. 92, getting out of the way of the C pawn. Here. Do we have a clear plan here, Astrobate? I want to lever that pawn with A5. So one idea, you know, speaking of Petrosian, one of my favorite maneuvers he ever did was white in a King's Indian attack, Peart's actually, where he did knight B1. Knight B1 with the idea of C3, and then like knight somewhere to either B3 or C4. I mean, you got to see this on the horizon, but that's why Petrosian wants to play C3. But the problem is, if Black tries some kind of crazy shit like knight B8, you nail him with A5, and he's like in big, you know. Now he's actually like maybe worse, even though he's up a pawn. The pawn structure falls apart, and the extra double pawn doesn't matter that much. Black's like equal at best. Karpov Spassky. Well, I was thinking Petrosian somebody, which is even older. I don't remember who he was playing against. Probably like not a famous player. Just some regular master. Bishop B7 and then C4. C4 no. C4 is no. It's no. It does potentially set up A5, but you're giving up D4 forever. If a knight gets into this square, you're screwed. I don't see a good reason to play C4 here. Perhaps one reason to play C4 would be to like fix the C pawn so you can lever it with A5. But there's also bishop G5. I mean, this is a problem, man. You know, he's going to trade off your good bishop. Black just doesn't know about that move. Look at his move. Okay, he played knight F6. Not bishop G5. He played knight F6. And now, Astrobate, dude, clearly you want to put your knight here. Jesus. You're threatening A5, so Black would have to play A5, and it's slightly better. But watch what happens now. I should make a video. See what happens next. Astrobate threatening A5, breaking up Black's queenside like Jeremy Silman. And then the worst move ever. Right? Bishop G5. Oh no, that's illegal. Oh shit. I mean, to be fair, like this is probably not the worst move ever. It's not that bad. He's trying to get G4 and decoy away from E4. But it's pretty bad. I mean, considering this guy, he literally could have played Bishop G5, getting rid of his worst piece. And instead of doing that, he actually plays knight F6, knight G3, and then G5. It's almost like both sides are trying to like make their pieces as bad as possible. First, Astrobate puts his knight on G3, and then this guy puts his bishop on D8 and plays G5. So he's built a complete wall of like all of his pawns on dark squares, putting Stapvargan's stone wall to shame. So I think you should play H3, because I really don't want to see G4. But it's a good question. You also had the opportunity to play A5 on the queen side. I think you play H3 first. If you do, though, it's probably only like slightly better for white or a draw. Black will play a5 and fix the queen side. It's like a force field. The game should be a draw at this point. The extra double pawn doesn't really matter. I mean, this should be a draw with correct play. Yeah, b4 Arsenal, just to be weird, Arsenal had suggest b4. It might be an idea in some positions. To be fair. You know, it's never say never. That is open-minded of you, Arsenal. You're improving. I need to be more open-minded. I'm just like, you know. And when I make fun of you for not being open-minded, I'm just projecting my own like inferiority complex that I'm not open-minded enough. It's just a reflection, you know. I'm just displacing my own unhappiness with my life. I told you guys about the dog I had. He used to like bite his friends because he couldn't bite the dogs across the street. Yeah, that's Sladgie. You can't bite, you know, you can't bite your enemies, bite your friends. It's the next closest thing. Alright. Just bite, you know. If it makes you if it makes you feel better, just let it out. Alright, rook a d1, g4. Oh, who would have imagined that's coming? Oh, shit. Now we have to retreat. Yeah, this isn't the best game, Masturbate. Oh my god. Holy shit. Who was the guy I played last week who was playing all kinds of crazy moves and I could never predict they were playing? Who's the player? Cheesy Noob does that? Jesus Christ, bro. Knight h5? So Arsenal suggesting sacrificing a piece? Bishop takes h6. Pawn takes f3. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't look like enough. I think the black king will be fairly secure on h7. Rook here. King h1. King h7. Somewhere. I don't think he's quite going to fly. I think Astrobate screwed up, is what happened here. But why not make a normal move now? What I don't get. You have bishop takes h6, which is reasonable. Although black has this massive armada of pawns that I really don't like. Or you can play bishop takes g4, allowing like him to start rolling with f5. That doesn't appeal all that much. I think that Acer should take on h6, right? You know, don't give him time to start pushing that f pawn. You could take on h6 and then, you know, well, he could take, but you get two pawns. So you can take here, and then take here, and you're okay. Like, even here, maybe we lose the a pawn. It's not good, but now you might have something on the king's side. So, dude, I don't know. This was a sloppy game. I think Astrobate sent this game by accident or something. Knight h5, it better have a good ending. I'll tell you that. Another possibility was going down on the 7th rank. Because you have a check. I guess he would have played rook f7, though. He has that. Damn. He has rook f7. Although you could just maybe keep the file. Here, here, here. I guess f4 is coming through, and then you're really screwed. Still, there's tricks. You know, bishop takes g4. This is worth considering. You might have something there. Yeah, double. Arsenal, you have a tendency to find good suggestions. Now f3. Cracky Crab. My favorite game on the Hastings Pier. Well, there's double cracky crab, because you also could play like g4, but Arsenal was talking about the g file. You know, we might see some g file action here. And we see something happening that's kind of subtle, but, you know, Asterbeat seems like a hack. He's just a 1500, 1700, whatever. Some people may not think he's a genius, but if you see a game like this, where he starts to get all of his pieces going, like, look at this. This is not a coincidence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All pieces start coordinating. He starts to do some damage. His problem is that he's not really that good with like pawn play and endgames and openings even. But once he gets coordinated, launching. There's definitely, I mean, it's definitely related. Yeah, once you get launched, like Elon Musk's new missile. You know the worst thing about Elon Musk's SpaceX launch? That, like, you know, exploded or whatever. He wasn't on it. Boom. No. Alright. I'm sure some late night talk show hosts are gonna... This is only a test. I'm sure that'll be a very, very overused joke. Haters gonna hate. Of course, man. So, rook h7. Nice move by your opponent. That was good. Heads up move by the opponent. Yeah, here's an interesting try. Holy shit, bro. Asterbait, that's why you put in this game. I showed him another line with bishop g7 today. Unbelievable. That is some extreme shit right there. It looks like black has rook g5. You know? Maybe not. Black is up a piece in this position, right? Technically, black is up a piece. Rook g5. Now what do you do? Bishop takes e5. I'm not going to calculate anymore. I'm just going to say, like, black is up a piece, and he's probably winning somehow. You went too far. I mean, obviously, like, okay, on rook h7, I don't know what to say. I mean, I think did we screw up? Are we there yet, Donkey? Are we just, like, screwed? I think maybe we're screwed after rook h7. Pawn takes, rook takes h6. Pawn cakes. The problem here, officer, is that knight g3, f4 equals knight h1, triple exclam. We're still fighting, but I don't really like it. Someone mentioned rook takes d8. Here, there is no rook takes d8, knight f6 check. When will we be able to do that? When exactly do we have that? Because f6 is always covered by something. I can't wait to see the end, though. Instead of f takes e4, bishop g7. Instead of f takes e4, rook takes d8 right away. No, it's covered. This is covered. Don't forget the knights move backwards, right? Here, here. Yeah, I mean, no, it would be an idea. f6 is always defended by something. I said he had great coordination and everything fell apart. What the hell happened here? Just when I said he had great coordination, everything fell apart. I mean, f3 seems kind of forced. I don't have another suggestion. We need to break up those pawns. This move is This move is really screwing us up. Shit. This just isn't going to be good enough, right? Rook takes, rook takes. Knight g3 is the only move. Maybe you could play rook d7? There's going to be some kind of acrobatics here? I don't think this is going to work. I mean, I'm going to turn on the engine. It's bad. Shit. Wow, you should have played bishop g7 first, actually. Oh, you had rook d7 right away. Alright, that's what we were talking about. Okay, we were talking about this. Yeah, this is the best line, Asterbait. The line that I talked about with Arsenal. You go to the 7th and then yeah. You know, you're hanging on here. Right. No, he's hanging on. But after this, he's getting in trouble. And actually, like, bishop g7 is lost. Yeah. It wasn't an easy position. Uh-oh. Something sleazy this way comes. So you're down the rook for 2 pieces. And that's a subtle move. Rook takes g2 check, tempting, but it doesn't work. No, white saw it. He saw it. Rook g7. Now, do you have rook b7 here? You're just down a piece. Fortunately, doesn't work. Calmly playing rook g7. Oh no. So that's just like winning. One last chance. This is covered. Oh, you have check. I have this funny game. I have to show you guys something. King h5. Wait. g4. King h4. Rook h6 mate. That reminds me. Hold on a second. I don't know if I can find this. Just hold on a second. Don't go anywhere. See if I can find this funny game I played. Me. From me to me. Where is the one from me? No subject. Is this the right game? No. Shit, where's the other game? Well, I hope I saved it. Is there a chance I didn't save this? I have a terrible feeling I didn't save it. Oh no. Oh man. Oh no. Anyway, I don't know. I had this funny game where I'm afraid I didn't save it. Maybe I did though. Is it played? Oh, maybe I can find it. Hold on. One last thing. Let me see if I can find this. Oh man, this is hilarious. Just a second, guys. This will be my submission. It's really just the end of the game that's funny. If I can find it. 2 weeks ago? Wasn't that long. 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, weeks ago. Where's the mate, dude? Damn. Maybe it was under my account. Maybe it was my normal account. Oh no, here it is. Oh man. This is sick. Alright. You guys are gonna love this. I'm gonna put in one of my own games just for amusement. Just a little bit of comedic break here. This was my Smurf account. Don't tell anyone. This was played in a 10-minute game. Alright. This was played in a 10-0 tournament. Arsenal, didn't I play this against you? Watch this. This is hilarious. We got the board up. You gained 16 new followers. Do you remember this? This is a rated 10-0 game. I played the Hyper Jababa. I played this like against you, Bishop B4. Oh, I told you about it, right? I played the game with you after. You saw this before, Blobix? Anyway, I played this like a couple days later against Arsenal, and he played something like better than this. This guy goes knight d3, and already like White's advantage is like pretty small. After knight d3, what do you mean? I showed the idea. Okay, so here, but I screwed this up, right? Check, and now what? Over the board games, obviously non-existent. Lichess games, there's only a handful. But what does Sladgie do, right? I'm not. The computer says Bishop E7 is like better for black, but I didn't even freaking stop to think about it. No, not King D7, because he can hide over here too. No, King D7 was played by somebody. I mean, it's not that stupid, to be honest. But remember that his king can go to D1. So I came up with something. This is better for black, I think. Okay, it's equal. I'm supposed to play Bishop E7. Now I know. So I tried this. I said screw it. Still, his pieces are like messed up. You know, we have some compensation. He plays knight c3, c6. He takes. I take with a knight. There was a game there, by the way. White played h3. Okay. b3. At this point, I started to get overconfident. I think at this point I was getting cocky, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna destroy this guy. But I got tangled up and went too far. So I went Bishop G4. He plays this, and now I got like completely out of my mind. I should have just played something sensible, like, I don't know, Bishop F5 or something. I'm 2 pawns down with my king on F8. But F3. Check what I did. I did knight d5. I lost my mind. I went like completely insane. I just wanted to like connect all the pieces here. This is totally over the top. Knight d5, it doesn't work. I mean, this is unsound. Knight takes d5, and I wanted to play queen h4 check, but there was a problem. At the end of the line, it was like check, knight f2, check, knight e3, and I was like, what the fuck do I do now? I wanted to play like, I don't know, Bishop b4 or something. Hey, just play a3, you know. But I miscalculated something, and I just sacked my bishop. Basically, same idea. I thought, okay, it's over. Takes, check. Knight f2, check. Knight e3. And I'm like, now what do I do? I wish I didn't have my king on f8 right now and no rook. So I wanted to play like Bishop b4, but it's just bullshit. I mean, he could defend against this, right? The rook e3, yeah, rook e3, of course, we want to play, but it doesn't work. Check, and then what? It's just, maybe there's some insane variations like this. But when I try to when I try to do the illegal move, it's just like, I can't make the illegal move. No, I don't know. There's nothing there. I gave away all my pieces. Check here. So now I knew I was fucked, right? So, alright, I'm looking at the clock. I have 6 minutes, and this guy's down to like 3 minutes. So I'm like, alright, just find some tricks and stay alive. You still have a chance to win. You know you're lost, but be practical, right? So I decided not to do this because it's just too easy to find like C3. No, right. So I did this, Queen F6. This is funny. I did Queen F6. Yeah, subtle, right? Knight takes F3 check and like take his rook on A1. But there's a problem. He just defends the pawn. I'm down too many pieces. I mean, I could have done Knight F3 check, right? But let's count pieces here. I don't know. Queen takes, castles. No, objectively, I gotta watch this. Maybe I should have gone in for it under the circumstances, but I was panicking. But the end of the game is the funny part. Like, it was funny opening. I'm lost, right? Okay, I did this, hoping like he moves his bishop or something. He goes here, Knight F5, and now he gets in time pressure. He's down to 3 minutes. Knight E4, Queen H4 check here. I'm totally lost. Knight takes, pawn takes, Bishop E7, Queen E1, Queen H5. I'm not going to trade queens. His time's going down, and suddenly I have a chance. Like, he's letting me in here. King E2, Rook D8. What am I down? Like 2 pieces down? I'm down 2 pieces. But I'm threatening Queen D3 check. And Queen C2 or some crap. Bishop B2, check here. And then took here. King F1, F5. He's down to a minute 46. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. He's trying to trade queens. I don't allow it. And then, for a moment again, I was slightly optimistic. I get here, Rook D1, and then I win back some material. Rook takes, Bishop F2 check. But the problem is, he still has the ability to trade queens finally. So I end up in this dumb ending with like 2 bishops against a rook. I'm threatening like Rook D2 check. He has 51 seconds, I have 56. But the hilarious part is the end. Watch what happens here. Watch what happens and watch the time. So Bishop A3 check here, and the problem is this passed pawn is really strong. I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna lose. I'm down, 2 bishops for a rook. His king's better. My king is like pinned down. He's coming down with the E pawn. I'm desperately trying to like keep any chances alive, but now he's got the bishops, right? Setting up this pawn to come down. And I take his H pawn, Bishop D4 here, and it starts coming. Here comes the pawn. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, okay. He's breaking through. He's playing this. He's playing E6, E7. I'm dead. Here, check. And now, I don't know why. Like, the guy could have played, any normal move. King F6, King F5. He goes here. I guess he wanted to get my pawn. And we both have 40 seconds left. I blockade. He checks me. And then, I'm looking at the board and I'm like, well, if I go to E8, he's going to check here and the pawns keep coming. If I go to D8, again, I'm getting checked. So, well, I have to put my king on F6. And it only dawned on me, like, when he went E7, I was down to, like, 37 down to 37 seconds. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, how do I stop the pawn? Shit. I'm looking at the board like this. I'm like, I can't play Rook G8. Fuck. That's controlled by the bishop. I can't go here. That's controlled by the bishop. I'm sitting there for like 10 seconds thinking about this. I can't go to E2. Damn it. I can't play Rook G8. Damn it. His pawn's protected. Damn it. I can't play King F7. What the fuck? And I'm like, wait a minute. He's made it. Oh shit. Rook H2. The guy must, can you imagine like losing that game? It's so perverse. Like, how could white possibly get mated there? I only realized after thinking for like 10 seconds here. Okay, it actually took, there was no delay. 5 seconds. It took me 5 seconds to find it, but it seemed like 10 seconds or more. It's hilarious. I can't stop the pawn. There's no way to stop the pawn. It's unbelievable. It wasn't for the fact that he was mated and won. It would be a brilliant win for white. But how do you get your king on h6? Like, what made him put his king on h6? That was funny, man. Alright. Anyway, that was our entertainment for today. Folks. Good quality game by Master Sladgie. Alright. It's gone. Gone and forgotten. Gone but not forgotten. Miro. Hey, it's Miro. Yeah, if I have nothing better, I'll just take the mate in one. Alright. This was Hey, it's Miro against me. Hey, it's Miro didn't submit this game because it was like a great game or anything. It was just a game we wanted to analyze and we didn't have time. So we decided to put it in the stream analysis. It's not like it acerbate brilliancy or anything. This was played yesterday. Weird openings Wednesday. I played what I call the Caro Khan. Half Alyakin, half Caro Khan. And I wasn't sure, but yeah, knight c7 is the best move. Let's go to Master's Database. As you can see here, we have some credible players. Baburin, Hort, Vargas, Oli. Wow, Gingy even played it. Unbelievable. That's a recent game, 99. I was working with Roman back in the 90s. I don't remember him playing the freaking Alyakin. Okay, he lost too. But, Miles. Baburin is the big expert. Improved or unimproved? Improved for white. I don't know. It's the Caro Khan. Yeah, but you know, it looks like the critical move is like knight to c3. But Hey, it's Miro like broke my spirit with this move. This just like stabbed me through the heart. Now I have to take with the pawn. I mean, I don't have to take with the pawn. Maybe Tibiakov would take with the queen or something. This looks like a really weird... This is too much, bro. I'm not going to do that. Not here. I don't think knight c7 flies in the... This is not a Scandinavian and Alyakin and Caro Khan. It's too many openings if you play queen takes d6. You have to do ED. But then Hey, it's Miro played well. This is number one move. You know, interestingly, like, bishop g4 is possible. Petrosian played that. Wow. Amador Rodriguez, I think he's still alive. I don't know for sure. He's not that old. He must have been really young when he played this game. There's a Baburin game against Saravanan. He won with black. You guessed d5 is in the cards because of bishop f4. Well, I mean, d5 is always on the cards in the Alyakin exchange variation, right? This is such an important idea for both sides. But yeah, I mean, it's not like an optimal position for it. You know, to be honest, yeah, I don't know how Petrosian got this position. It must have been a normal Alyakin move order. But, no, I have seen examples of players like going knight a6, knight c7 in the exchange Alyakin. Here, here. And now he played, it's ironic. Hey, it's Miro just couldn't resist the cheapo with queen c2. It's not really a cheapo. I mean, he just wants to weaken my position. But it's funny, there's only one game where this happened. Like, what is the chances of that? Okay, a bunch of people played h3. I'm not sure it's necessary. h3, Dumbo lost against Varga. Zoli was still close to his strength back in And I noticed that Ervin Mozes played a couple of games. He's a Romanian IM who plays really weird openings. But it's funny that there's only one game with castles, and then queen c2. But my problem was this position. I didn't know what to do. Do you play g6, h6, f5, king h8? And I think the engine even came up with a weird move. I was even considering like knight a6 or something. I think the computer even considered like bishop g4, sacking a pawn. You've always got to consider this type of pawn sack, because we're threatening to trap his bishop with g6. Someone was telling me a story how like Hans apparently won an easy game against Max Warmerdam this week or last week in Spain because of some bishop getting trapped on a2. This is the same idea. We're going to try to trap your bishop. Do you really want to take that pawn? But Djukic, he's some Yugoslav, Serbian player who immigrated to Canada, but I never heard of him for a long time. He lost against Thomas Luther, playing h6. h6 was my first choice, but then I changed my mind. I felt it was like kind of passive. So g6 is like giving me maybe later bishop f6. It's a little more durable, but weakening my dark squares. I expected Hayesmere to play bishop h6, but then anyway I'm going to go rook e8. So he goes here, developing, and then I decided to play d5 arsenal. Because I don't know about this, first of all. Access to e4. I suppose I should have spent more time on this position. Like, what happens if I do bishop g4? I don't remember taking the time to really consider this. I was already in time pressure because he plays so goddamn fast. Maybe I should have taken more time here. I have the feeling like d5 is probably a mistake. It's probably too early to play d5. Why don't I play bishop g4? Seriously. Wow. He has to play a passive move now. Huh. I don't know that Hayesmere has the capability of playing bishop e2 and like retreating. Max is as good as our Schieberspieler? What does that mean? What is that mysterious comment from Masturbate? What about king h1? Trying to go postal. Interesting idea, right? Yeah, apparently this is playable. You got Petrov ideas? Okay. Well, it looks like what it is in Alyakin's defense. Anyway, it would be interesting, but I missed bishop g4. I went here. Yeah, I wanted to fix the center. But like Arsenal said, I mean, this is gonna be an interesting diagonal. And if you're lucky, you get the London Joko, like Adolf Herzog did against me. The goal is to get the London and you get a bonus if you get the London and the Joko in the same game. That's like bingo. You got both meme openings at the same time. You automatically win if you get like bishop c4 and bishop f4 on the board. It's like winning a jackpot or something. So he plays this. He took. I went here. I traded off, and then here, takes, and then 95. And someone, when he played f4, someone in the peanut gallery yesterday was like, "Oh, wow, he's getting really aggressive" or something. Was that you, Arsenal? Because this is a bad move. It looks like. Like, I knew this was bad. Of course this is bad. This is insane, man. I mean, you gotta like calm down, and f4 is mental, you know. But what should white play in this position? Controlled chess is not Hayes Miro's forte. I'm trying to remember. Maybe there was a problem with queen b3. I'm afraid there was a problem here. Something with my like b3 square. I mean, there's two problems, right? There's the b7 and there's the d5, and the queen attacks both of them. No, I know. Like, of course you can make a rational move like bishop h6 or something. But I guess he felt like if he plays bishop h6, he's kind of improving my pieces anyway. Although that's probably not such a bad move. Maybe even bishop h6 then here, because this is even weaker now. Of course, bishop h6 is reasonable. Let's see what the engine said. Yeah, queen b3. Queen b3 is like almost winning on the spot. I just like can't defend. Yeah, exactly. Knight e5, f7, the b7 pawn. I didn't think I was that bad, but I'm like screwed. I think I have to like lose the b7 pawn. He's gonna pile up on d5. If you do, I don't know, b6, let's say. Ooh, it's really bad. Yeah, I'm just getting like stomped on here. Rook e8, knight e5. Ooh. I can't even get my pieces out. It's a disaster. So black's better off sacking a pawn. But f4 was psycho. I was like, yes. Bring it on, bro. Weaken your king side. And then Sladgie went south because of time. He went totally nuts. f5, okay. I don't mind f5. I mean, he played f4, his bishop's blocked, and this is a logical continuation. But now, unfortunately, I didn't have enough time. And the computer didn't like this move. I'm basically trading my good bishop. But I just wanted to trade and try to take advantage of the dark squares. But apparently bishop g5 was a mistake. I have better moves here. I'm not sure what they are. I mean, rook e8. What is black supposed to play? Rook e8. Yeah. I should play something solid. This was a little loose. And I didn't really love his move. Take, take, releasing tension, rook f1. And somewheres, this was a mistake too, apparently. Now I got in trouble. Queen e7 looks solid. I just ended up like dropping a pawn. It was crazy. It was crazy. I mean, he's just on my f7. He's on the b7. He's on the f file. He has sacks on f7 with queen g6. So I ended up playing this. I don't know. I was afraid of this. I was afraid of losing b7, but maybe, you know, that wasn't that bad. I probably could have gotten away with that. Like this looks like there's nothing here. Takes, takes. Queen takes g6 check, rook g7. I'm probably okay. But I went too far and I like sacked the pawn, and I'm probably like, you know, worse. I don't have quite enough compensation here. But then the strange things started happening. Both of us were low on time, and he tried to be too brute force. So I was just out of it. Like, I got out. And it's a draw? It's probably just a dead draw. I got access to the 7th. His pawn is kind of weak. He can't get behind it. You know, actually, what is white's best move in this position? Does he have time to play rook d1? I wonder. To get behind his passed pawn? The computer doesn't think it's the best move. I think it's close. Here, yeah, okay. And now this, I'm just waiting. Okay, that's best. Rook f6, here. And then, I was gonna take a draw, and then I realized, shit, you know, I'm like better. Dude, this is such a weird ending. Remember, Arsenal fan? First of all, I fucked up here. We didn't even look at it, but I could have played rook b1 check. I'm like a moron. I took on f2. So we looked at this ending, and like after rook takes f2, king f2, f5, it's like a draw. But if I had played rook b1 check, he has to play rook f1. Check this out. And now I take, and he takes, and he's on f1, not f2. And guess what? It freaking matters. Tempos matter. Now let's check the evaluation. Am I winning? Or is this a draw? f5 with a tempo improved game. King e2, king f7, king d3 only move, king e6, king c4 shouldering me, keep me off of d5, threatening king c5. This is insane. Now, what do I do? It's a draw. Can you believe this? Even with a tempo down, it's a draw. So much for the outside pawn. I mean, unbelievable. I thought I was better in the position, and even if his king's on f1 instead of f2, it's still not enough. Of course, he had to be very precise. He has only like one line that's holding. If he moves the king anywhere else, or makes any pawn move, he's lost. He has to play king e2, king e3, king c4. This is the only way to draw. But I screwed up, and then it's like, I have to be careful. f5 is an exclam move. And I don't think it matters now. I'm winning here. Wait, this was the game? I don't remember this. Oh, he screwed up. Alright, so on king f6, he has to play what? Yeah, we were in time pressure here. I'm actually winning. Right, I was winning, okay. Yeah, I was actually winning. I screwed this up by playing g5. Even this is a win. Even this is a win. And I ended up like messing it up and allowing perpetual check. Someone said I had queen c8 check. I don't know when that was, but I know I missed the trade of queens. Unbelievably. Here, I missed queen c6 check. Is that dumb or what? No, it was a draw. I missed queen c6 check. How can I miss that? No, eventually he just had perpetual. Yeah, it was poorly played in time pressure. Alright, Blobix is up next. Let's do the Blobix. Black and the Sveshnikov. Alright guys, we're a little low on time, so I'm not going to take any more submissions. We got Blobix, Big Dummy, and then Chapter 8 was my game, right? Where's Arsenal? Oh, Arsenal is Chapter 8. Okay. Arsenal's always last. Guiju, what? Guiju, did you only play one game? Guiju played an interesting game. He had a 2100 for his first game. He played the freaking Brooklyn variation of the Aliakin. You sent a game yesterday. Can you still put me in? Yeah. I don't know how much time we have, but I'll try to at least mention a little bit. I'm not in good health, but Guiju, I didn't realize you were submitting the game. Yeah. I forgot to put you in the list. Because I ended up looking at the game, but not putting in the game list. All right, we'll try to go over that quickly at the end. Blobix is up with black. I gotta go soon, so we're gonna try to wrap up these last 4 games in like 45 minutes, 40 minutes. Guiju, thank you. 1,000 bits. Yeah, good. I mean, you're impressively good, as I said, for your never having played in an over-the-board game. I assumed you were like an over-the-board player, based on your level of skill. But it's a new generation. There are lots of strong players now because of the internet. It was never possible 20 years ago. I mean, clearly. So this is Blavix playing the black side of the Sveshnikov. I'll just cut to the chase. Blavix only submits games played in the Sveshnikov or his other tricky openings. Actually, it's not true. You know, you gave us Queen's Indian accelerated ideas. Blavix has his repertoire, and he's never going to change. Too old to change. I probably played this with white. Against Blavix, I had some bad games. I'm sure I played this position with white. Let's see, player. Acerbate. No. No, not acerbate. Me. Alright, me with white. Sparkle Horse Blavix 2020. By the way, this is a French team championship game, second division. Blavix from last year played. OTB is where it's at, guys. I was seeing things. You're making them want to like smoke mushrooms now. No, I mean when I play an over the board game and then I do my simuls, I'm seeing the board so much better. It's, you know, online chess is not quite the same. Yeah, I think you see the board better. You see more. But then again, I was like raised in a different generation. All right, so Sparkle Horse always plays Bishop E2 here. That doesn't mean it's the best move. Well, I had a friend of mine. I remember he had a game with. Who did he play? Dean Ippolito? Mike Casella? I don't know. I did have a friend who played this line with white, and he beat a pretty strong player. I can't remember who it was. But I think my friend played like Bishop D3. See, I'm always afraid to play this. I don't know why. I'm afraid the E-pawn's going to come and get me or something. You know, I need to really like take a closer look at this theoretically. I don't really play E4. So, Knight E3 is the main move. Well, this is kind of weird though. Stockfish is all down with Bishop D3. That's what my friend did. He let black push like E4 and then blockaded him or something. But I don't know what the best move is. A4. I always just play Bishop E2 because it seems safe. But okay, this opponent played Knight on CD3. This is theory, apparently. It looks like the main theoretical move by far. Look at the stats, man. You know, the only thing is, like, your knight sometimes has some play over here. I feel like, you know, White's king is needing to develop to get castled. We spent a lot of time on the queen side. That's why I want to move my bishop. But look at the statistics. I mean, 1,413 games with knight out CD3. That's unbelievable. The proportion of games. So Blavix is specialist, and he plays Bishop D7, not Bishop E6. Bishop D7 allows E4 and Rook E5. So he's getting out of the way for his rook to go to E5. Subtle. But look at the stats. Statistically, best move. Lowest winning percentage for white, highest winning percentage for black. Though the sample size is small, Bishop D7 has the best stats. Now, obviously this needs to be considered. Yanis Bartole against Slobojevic, 1976. Now Blabix would have a field day with like this diagonal or something. I mean, G4 is an interesting move, but not everyone's style. So it turns out Queen H5 is number one move. You know, I don't think like in the old days anybody played Bishop D7, right? Look at this. You tell us, Blobix. I mean, did this move exist before 1997? Bishop D7? Because according to lichess, like, the Sveshnikov didn't exist before 1997. Is that just a lie? Or is it a new idea invented by Terminados? Notice how both the first games were Terminados in 97 and 98. It's just kind of funny. Alright, F5, Bishop C2. This is a over the board game. Queen H5 is sharper. This has the best stats. And now Blobix, theory says E4, but Blobix says B4. Blobix, did you ever play correspondence chess? I'm kind of curious. I know you're like a problemist. But I mean, did you play correspondence chess? Normally the correspondence players are real expert in openings, and they know their shit really deeply. Not official. Okay. So B4 castles. Yes, there's only one game here. Wow. I mean, white played safe by castling. You take, and then he takes with the pawn, so his structure is shot. I mean, do you really want to do this? With a Sveshnikov knight on d5? Can I just ask a question? What if he takes? Do I want to know? Like, why can't he take on b4? Are you going to knight d4 it? Oh, you're going to go here. Oh. Wow, that's pretty powerful. Oh, you got the normal sort of ideas? Although one drawback of Bishop d7, Blobix, is that it does cut off the sort of rook transfer ideas. You don't have the rook a7 across type of stuff. The bishop's on d7. But I still like this position. You're very, very active. Wow. Okay. So I don't think taking the pawn is good. There's only one game where this happened, and they played e4. e4, f4. Blokadovich. You gonna let that stand? So you played bc first, and then played e4. This is theoretically a novelty, and then he played f4. This is a new position. So taking here, you don't like it? Color complex chess. Black for the dark squares, white for the white squares. But it's going to be hard to attack his king with that pawn on f4. It's going to be hard to smack his king. So you're planning on a more of a queenside approach. Rook b8. A balanced queenside approach. We have to pay special attention to the dark squares. You know, it's the dark squares. It's really just the dark squares. We have an advantage. Yeah, no, I don't know. You know, I mean, I'm not an expert. When white plays f4, it's like a King's Indian. I don't know. I mean, obviously, if you play like f4, you have to watch out. It's not so simple. It's tempting to play f4. But then the light squares fall. But I guess the big question would be this. But I mean, it feels like you're helping him develop. I don't know. Gotta ask a Dorian. King h8 looks good. Computer likes 97. I mean, that's a normal Sveshnikov move. How bad is pawn takes pawn, though? It's going to wreck your protected passer. It's really bad, apparently. That's very bad. Yeah, I expected queen a5. Because you got to play on the queen side now. You don't have anything on the king side. You have no attack. You basically sacked your attack to play for the b line and this dark squares over here and c3. But now he had a sneaky move. Oh shit. LPDO. 94. A little bit of a sneaky move in there. But I'm not sure that it, you know, it's like earth-shaking. Black's not really threatening anything. And white doesn't mind like 2 knights versus 2 bishops, and that's what happens. Take, take. So now he's got the Nimzovich knights against the 2 bishops. But your pawns are fixed. You know, it's a problem. My first instinct is that white is okay. His stable structure. I mean, the key with the bishops is to have pawn breaks, but you don't have any pawn breaks other than a4. Blobix's pawn breaks are a4 and h3. It's kind of a... It's like a... It's a Magnus Carlsen-esque situation. So you're saying it's a mistake to take his bishop? What the hell are you supposed to play? Like knight e6? Oh, knight b5. Oh, shit. I just saw it. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, maybe you didn't want to trade queens or something. Probably you didn't really want to trade queens. But it's a different situation. That changes the position somewhat. This a-pawn, this is different. He doesn't have the connected pawns. I guess that's the more important thing. When you play knight takes b3, you're fixing his pawns is a big deal. It's a big deal. Don't Cry Wolf, is that a win or a draw? Because all that matters are results. This is like the World Championship. Yeah, it's not the bishop, it's the pawn structure that really messed you up here. If he had stayed with that isolated pawns, it felt like you had good play. So this is I think a good practical decision. Goiju said, what do I mean by Nimzovich knights? But I mean, you know, knights blockading outposts and blockade structure. This is pure Nimzovich. Also the idea that 2 knights work better against 2 bishops than bishop and knight. You won. Nice job. Can we look at it? No. But you can submit it for next week. Wow, he played b4, isolating his own pawn. That seems kind of odd. It's a little too late for submissions here, and you know I'm pretty zonked, but Don't Cry Wolf, I'm happy to put you down for the next one. For next week, first off. Don't cry if I don't do it today. Alright, we got a bunch of games to finish and I'm really tired. He offered you a draw here? Yeah, I don't like the way he rushed on the queen side to play like b4. You know what white does in the king's Indian? I mean, h3 makes sense. Even c4 might be a mistake. Okay, it's a complex position. It really is. It's too much to analyze this in depth, but this idea of g4 is rip Ivan Farago. I mean, so many King's Indians I saw Ivan play, like where he's like doing g4 and you know, okay, you got to have the king in the right position. But if we get in g4, um, Blavix needs breaks, and I think this worsens White's pawn structure. d4 is it's a very impatient move. You know, I don't think you can do this though. But I think he's only worsening his pawn structure slightly. You know, objectively, like, this is probably some kind of weird draw. Probably this is a draw. No pawn breaks equals draw. Black could lose, too. It's actually not clear who's better here. You have bishop d4. This is a good outpost in some cases. Can we win this somehow? Can one side lose it is the better question. Oops. He lost the piece. Poor guy. That was kind of sad. Another game ruined by a bad time control. Senti Abatis. Alright, Blubix. Masterful, but instructive. Yeah, you were lucky. It should have probably been a half point. By the way, like, both Blobix and his opponent were, like, around 2100 in that game. But I don't mind, like, declining the draw there. I mean, I think you're just objective and any result, you know, is possible. This is a big dummy game against crazy horses, whoever that is. NM. Respectable title, the NM. So, you know, one thing that occurred to me was the other day, I never play the dragon. I almost never ever play the dragon. Hey, what's up, Excel Poker? You have NM in Germany, right? I was just thinking the other day, I play almost every other opening, but for some reason I never try to play the regular dragon with black. I don't know why. I want to try to play it occasionally. It's just that the last time I lost to Terzo in a tournament game in like 2007 or something, and it left a really bad... It was embarrassing, like, losing to Terzo. I mean, he's not that bad, but I shouldn't lose to him. Why was I playing the dragon? I always, like, played dumb things against him. I disrespect him. I played the Aliakin once when I lost 3 games in a row. I think I have like an even score against Terzo, but I feel like I'm a better player. He's actually on my team. I feel like I'm a better player. But anyway, I'm getting distracted, but really I should play the dragon once in a while. Try to play the dragon. King h1. Oh, okay. I don't know much about this. I mean, when I was, you know, going to school, everybody played the classical Nimzo with, like, knight on b3. Now this is like a new trend to not move the knight to b3. But, you know, let's ask a question here. Okay, whatever. Bishop g7. Why do we play castles rather than knight c6? You'd imagine the rare occasions you play a dragon on stream. Well, first off, I'm afraid of like the mainline Yugoslav attack because I don't know it well enough. That's how I lost against Terzo. You know, it was overconfidence that led me to play the dragon without being properly prepared. I basically tried to play a mainline dragon and I got stuffed because he knows the theory better than me. It was just a dumb idea. You know, why did I do that? Why did I play Alekhine against him? Actually, I had a good position in Alekhine. I only lost because I was on tilt. The dragon was not, though. I had like a winning position against him in Alekhine, I think, and I lost back in 1998. But, yeah, I don't know. I should play the dragon sometimes. It would be instructive for the stream anyway. I have played dragons, but always out of like accelerated dragon move order. But anyway, castles. I mean, I don't know, my gut instinct here against the bishop e2 type of dragon is like, why not play knight c6 and try to like, you know, at least like call his bluff? Like, what are you doing with that knight? A lot of like donks do like knight takes c6. While we're here with XL Poker, we can use poker term donk. Now, this is like a typical donk move. They do knight takes c6. They like trade off their knight on d4. The real dragon is very tactical, unlike the solid accelerated. Yeah, dude, I played the accelerated dragon for a draw. And I played the black side of the Marazzi for a draw. They're totally different openings. I mean, obviously, like the normal dragon is very sharp, and the accelerated dragon is actually, I realized it's like a solid defense. A lot of people don't know that. But maybe play knight c6 first, and then try to get white to do something here. I'm not sure I see an advantage for black in castling versus knight c6. What are you going to do? Like the Dragendorf with knight on d7? Big deal. Feels like it's just giving white like more options, like he has here. Look at the score. Why is white's score so good? He played frickin' bishop e2. No, seriously. Screw this, man. I'm not playing castles. Let's go back one more move. I mean, I played a lot of dragons out of the classical. There's nothing wrong with knight c6 here, if you want to play it right away, by the way. Uh-oh. Look at that. Suddenly it's like in black's favor, 39-25. Look how the score shifts to black advantage. If we play knight c6 right away, early, because you're creating some tension here. You know, does he really want to, like, get what I'm saying? This might really matter, you know? Black knights matter. Okay, bad joke. But seriously, why let this knight stand here like almighty God, you know? Take it out of there. It's one thing about the Sicilian that really bothers me. I mean, we get to this position. How the hell do you get the knight off of d4? This is the problem with Sicilian, in the open Sicilian. It's like, dude, what are you going to do? You're going to play e5? You're going to be like Bobix? It's very hard to challenge that knight on d4. So it's a serious matter. We don't have a pawn we can push to c5 to chase it away. Just wait for white to, yeah, move it. Remove it from d4 himself. Why would he remove it from d4 himself? Only if he's like an idiot. It's in a good position. So we go here, we go here, we go here, we go here. And then, like, why would white play knight b3? You know, well, because of this theory, no. He doesn't need to play it. King h1. This is probably not a big deal. It looks like bishop g5 is best. Bishop g5 is probably best. God gave black the c-file in the Sicilian. Okay? Now we transpose. So I had some games in the old days with a few people, old school masters. I have a good score here. I beat Langel Bela, Rip, and I want to say Norman Peterson, Norman Rogers. So both two good players I managed to beat in this classical dragon with black. I also lost this position with white against the evil Danny Wrench. I was drunk and I had like 3 Long Island iced teas during the game. To be fair to myself, that's the only way I would ever lose to Danny Wrench. But I was having a bad tournament, and inspired by Emery Tate, I decided to start drinking Long Island iced teas during the game. And after a few trips to the bar, I was playing like a maniac. You can find the game in the database. I went totally nuts against Wrench and lost with white. But now we have an interesting position. The standard move is bishop e6, f4. When in doubt, take it out. This is my no, he's the one that inspired me to start drinking Long Island iced teas. That wasn't my drink of choice. They have like too much alcohol in them. Probably not the best thing to drink during a chess game. What is it with this position though? King on h1. Oh, I don't remember how I lost to Danny Wrench. Anyway, I'm sure that I played King h1. You can find the game in the database. But, no, I don't know about this a6 stuff. I think I saw Kudrin do this, so it's definitely okay. It's kind of like, it's like a Dragendorf. Half Neidorf, half half dragon. What about like rook b8? We don't want to allow f5, a5. This hits the knight. Uh-oh. I remember once there was a game my friend Dave played against it was like Alex Fishbein versus Dave. b5 doesn't work here, right? No. Maybe Fishbein forgot to play like King h1 or something. You can't play b5. I lost... Man, I lost some other game. What am I thinking of? I feel like I lost against this old master Dennis Strensbook once in one of these. He played the same line with white. It must have been like mid-90s when I just started playing. I must have just started playing the Accelerated Dragon or the Classical. And I lost against like f5. We had this game like f5, bishop c4, bishop d3. I went on to like lose with black somehow, something along those lines. But what the heck is e5? Oh, e5. Okay, you have to play what, knight e8? You can't play knight e8 here? You're just dropping e7. Oh, you could take on b3 and then you take back on f6. So e5 is just a mistake. Knight e5, queen e5 is nothing. f5 probably white's best. Yeah, it's equal. But it's interesting that I might have played this with white. Nope. It's interesting that this is actually considered to be okay. Man, I had a very similar game with white. No Arsenal, but when I lost to Wrench, he wasn't an IM, and I'm not sure he ever was a really good one, but Chess.com probably bought his title for him. But anyway, he was lower rated, dude. It was like back in, it was forever ago. It was like in 2000. I mean, he was just like a teenager, and he was rated like 2300. It wasn't like full strength Danny Wrench. I lost to like annoying teenager Danny Wrench. So it was much more shameful than like losing to Danny Wrench now, or something like that. But I lost the worst players, and that's probably the same tournament. I lost to Chess Network. I lost to this noob. I had a lot of good World Opens, but I had this one bad one where I lost to a bunch of people. I sacked my queen against Sunil and I beat him. It was Nakamura's dad. That was even on sound. Alright, let's see what happened in the game here. Knight a5, e5, knight b3, takes. This is stupid for white. Yeah, just smoking them with the bishops. Nothing to see here, folks. You might want to turn your head and cough or something. This is just standard for two bishops. Blavix. Wow. This is better than Sveshnikov. Yeah, man. Big Dummy is like brutal. He's brutal. He's 1800. This guy reported him for cheating. What is this game? I mean, 1800, bro? You're like killing this guy. National Master. Big Dummy's only weakness is that occasionally he'll like just make ridiculous like blunders that just drop a whole piece and stuff. You could probably sack the exchange here, you know, and be okay. And lose like Ding Liren. You guys, that's the worst, man. That he lost that game where he sacked the exchange in game 7. I felt kind of bad. That's how I would lose. Like, how can I lose? I'll find a way to lose. I'll beat myself, you know. No, I mean, that was sad, dude. He played a really good game, and then he just lost for no particular reason. He's sort of stuck between like, am I playing for a win or am I playing for a draw? What's the national master title? National, it's a U.S. title or wherever, Canada. You know, it's a national title. Nationalist. It's nationalist master. Approved by Orban. Man, you're just slicing this guy up. He's a good defender. Oof. You gonna let that guy check us on f6? Yeah, he just resigned. Man, he lost a rook. Ouch. Yeah, I mean, just a really bad game by white. What can we say? National Master doesn't always play a perfect game. Neither do I. Okay, what is this? Chapter 8. Blah, blah, blah. What, is this Arsenal? Arsenal. I like forcing Arsenal to stay here with us. But where's the moves? What did I do? Like, copy the wrong thing? I only copied the final position? Did I make a mistake? I copied the F. Okay. Damn it. Damn it! Wait, why do I have more chapters now than I did a minute ago? That's weird. Is it just my imagination? That's weird. I don't know, I have 2. For some reason I have 2 of Goiju. But we have to fix Ars's game. Arsem. There he is. Now I followed you. I had to re-follow him. I guess if I re-follow you, I'll get your notifications. Alright, I'm getting hungry, guys. We gotta hurry this up. Analysis board. Oh, that's what I did. Okay. Something funky happened when I tried to do analysis board. Get PGN. Alright, we'll just do it that way. Oh, man, I'm so hungry. Copy. Tools. Analysis board. Paste. Now we copy. Alright. What kind of game is this? Arsenal, what is this? What the hell color are you? What are you doing? You played the Panov? Or you played the Caro-Kann? It's a sin either way. 11K viewers for the Botez. Chess boxing. Oh my god. You had to mention it? It's better than watching them play poker or something. They're probably better at boxing. Alright. Arsenal, I thought you always played the advance. What's happening? Thanks, Blobix. You go on their stream and mention me? No. Didn't you make fun of the exchange Caro-Kann? You said Karpov was a coward or something? Karpov didn't play the exchange Caro-Kann or the Panov. Karpov played black. That wasn't you. Oh, who was that? Well, it's not really an exchange if you play c4. Now we're playing Panov, bro. That's my favorite, but I don't have any illusions. I don't think that like white is better. I've always liked the Panov because it's it's obviously very similar to a queen pawn game. But yeah, this g6 is annoying, dude. Yeah, g6 seems pretty tough. I had the game against Bibi Sara. I couldn't do anything against her, and she's not even like a regular Caro-Kann player. But you're supposed to play CD. I'm sorry, you're supposed to play Queen B3. You stopped playing the Panov. You always got winning positions and ended up losing. Well, I don't blame the opening for that, but Queen B3 is main line. It's a problem because in the Panov, it feels like if you don't play the sharpest line, you're worse. Like there's no in between. You either play for the initiative or like I had this game where I lost with white against Oliver Mihawk, where I just like played some opening and then suddenly I realized I was playing like the Tarash with colors reversed. I'm like, shit. I'm like worse. What did I do? And that's the problem here with Arsenal with the knight f3. You're close to like my game with Mihawk. One more like ordinary move and suddenly you're not, there's no equal. You're like either better or you're worse. There's no, there's nothing in between. Bishop g7 and against, what did I do against Mihawk? I did like bishop e2 or something. I was like, what am I doing? Oh my god. Like how is white, how does white continue here? You better be prepared, like, because I think white's already like worse. Look at the score, 28% to 33. I like playing against the Tarash. At the same time, I respect it, but I still think, I like playing against it more. The statistics here do not lie. Black is better. Blobix, for chess boxing. Wow, cheese made. He's been totally absent. Looking at rocks, Wonder Kid, Frodo's, and Rexy. He donated 5 gift subs for real chess streaming. No, thank you, Blobix. Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, people want to watch like Gotham Chess and the Botez sisters when I'm like an experienced title player willing to like spend my time to seriously analyze games and put my heart into it. If you want to watch porn, then watch porn. Why not? If you want to watch chess, watch my stream. I mean, I don't understand, dude. You want to watch Pop TV? Watch Pop TV. Watch like reality TV. Why do you have to watch the Botez sisters do chess boxing? It's just a waste of time. Alright, Bishop g7, Queen b3. It's too late. It's too late. It's never too late. Alright, d takes c4. Maybe white can still equalize, Arsenal. Queen b3 is inspired, bro. I never tried this. So let's calculate. Takes, castles, and then knight e5, e6, bishop e3. Let's see what kind of company you're in here. Pilnick Brown, 1-0, 1971. Skembris, 1987. Okay, this obviously didn't happen, but this is the really critical. This would be like the critical line. Knight c6 and black is better. Bense Corpa managed to win with white against the 2500. Yeah, I mean, I don't really get it, bro. White might not be worse, but he's not better. How the hell do you beat like a 25-50? Who is that guy? Hyman. There's some weird like German grandmasters. I saw one yesterday on lichess. The guy's rated like 2400. I never heard of him. And his blitz rating is like 2400, and he got his title in like 2015. Like, where do these guys get their GM titles? I think I did see this name before, but you know, I guess there's some people that just like get GM and then quit or something. But 2550, you know, Corpa Bense is pretty good. I don't know what he does. He's a perfect example of Hungarian grandmaster. Get the title, then what does he do? Is he like studying like philosophy or something? Budapest, no. I never made a norm in Budapest, man. It's not that easy. Not even an IM norm. The tournaments I played in, you know, people give all kinds of crap to Budapest Blobix, but to be honest, the first Saturday attracts a lot of strong, talented, and oftentimes underrated players. People all kinds of, oh, they buy games and sell games there. It's not an easy place to make norms. Caruana came here, didn't make a norm. Nakamura came here, never made a norm. Carlsen came here, didn't make a norm. And all these people are like, oh, first Saturday, people just buy their GM norms there and shit like that. No. Look at all those players that didn't make GM norms here. Not that you're implying that, but I'm just saying. So Arsenal did queen b3. I agree with black's play here. You could castle too, though. Castles is more aggressive, Ars. You have to take the pawn. We had this game the other day. The knight's on f3, not advantageous for white. It's better with like bishop e2, bishop f3. That's what I did against BB Sara. That's according to Roman. But honestly, think about that for a minute. Caruana, Nakamura, Carlsen all played in first Saturday. And I don't think any of them made a GM norm. These tournaments are strong. They have a low category. You need a lot of points. I respect people that could make the norms in those kind of tournaments. Because I don't have enough... not in the 80s, no. We didn't start here till around 89. In the 80s, you had to walk uphill both ways, and it was socialized. So ours didn't go with 95. It does induce a weakness in black's position. Can I ask a stupid question? Do you think black could play queen e8 here? That's bad, right? That's stupid. I never saw anyone completely buy a norm. I can tell you in all my time, like in first Saturdays, because I probably played like 20. Only like once or twice did I ever see a suspicious game. But I think the one time I definitely saw a suspicious game, it was like the last round, and I'm not even sure it was for money. Maybe like one guy just like was friends with the other and just kind of gave him the game. I mean, what do you do if it's like a round robin and, I mean, you're friendly with someone and they need to beat you to win the game? I mean, I'm not sure, like, even money has to change hands. In that situation, maybe the guy just, like, lost because he likes him and wanted to help him out or something. It's kind of weird, you know. Seriously, what happens in the last round of a round robin if you happen to play someone who's kind of a friend? I mean, obviously, you're supposed to try as hard as you can to beat them, but in practice, like, what do you do? You know, you ask to be like taken off the case. I want to be like, what do they do with judges? No, I mean, let's say the one game I thought was thrown that I saw didn't have to be for money. You know, it may have been just like friends throwing the game to each other. I have no evidence, though, hard evidence. It just looked like it was a loss on purpose. But I mean, that happens everywhere, for sure. Every country. So Arsenal, bishop e3, got the Asterbate bishop. See, now you have to lose the tempo with knight a5. So basically you have something like I had against Ollie Mihawk, just, you're probably like a tempo down. Yeah, I mean, you're slightly worse with white. Typical, kind of gone wrong. Knight a5. I would have played what your opponent played. Probably b6. You know what's surprising? There's no games in the database here. b6 looks right. You know, you have efficient development with bishop e7, controlling the d5 square. But that's what I'm saying about these tower positions. That's the weird thing. Like, there's never equality. You're either like better or you're worse. You know, it's rare that it's like 0-0. You're either up a pawn or you're worse. You went for it with d5, bro. I bet this is critical. So what happens if he tries to go here? And you take the pawn? Can he go like postal on your ass here? With some kind of crazy like pawn sack or something? I'm feeling like I'm feeling Ilya Smirin ish. It's a mighty nice that's a mighty nice queenside you got there, bro. We can sack a pawn. Maybe queen b6. If you really... Even this position. Okay, it's not enough. Damn it. It's not enough. Queen b6 is not enough. But the line's okay. Queen b6 isn't good. He could sack a pawn there, though. That's definitely an option. But it looks like you're okay. So it's too risky to play bishop e6. Oh, you know what John Bartholomew would suggest, right? Knight a5 first. Oh, that's what the engine said, yeah. This is what Bartholomew suggested, like, in some video I saw, where he was talking about the Tarash. This is standard plan anyway. You know, you go bishop e6. You go here, I go here. Now you're threatening this. You're playing the black side of a Tarash. You can play queen a3, especially if your name is like Veselin Topalov or yeah, Ivanchuk or something. I try not to do this on principle. Because whenever I do this kind of shit, I get my ass handed to me. But yeah, definitely, it's possible. You can end up like getting your queen trapped with bishop f8 or something. No. To be honest, yeah, it's absolutely possible. But you have to play a very calculation-based game where your queen could be in jeopardy, and you have to be like tactically alert at all times. I think like in most cases, it's safer to go back and probably pack it in, and if you can, like, you know, pray to God that you can trade off his bishop on g7 somehow. Maybe we do like this. But it's too late. You know, if we were castled, we'd be okay. Yeah, I don't know. What does the engine say? Maybe it's some real technical move like queen b4. Draw. Draw? Okay, draw. Like it's a draw. If you're lucky, it's a draw. No, the engine likes bishop e6. Shit. Yeah, after 95, you're just worse. Wow. No, it's just better for black. I'm not surprised. So the game was actually b6, totally normal move. But you went d5 on him. Okay. That looks like a good move, man. It's like the Alyekin, where we were talking about d5 and d5 for either side. You stuffed him with d5, and this is critical, man. Maybe this is really the bomb. You got to do it. But here, did you go too far? Oh my god. You've got rook d1. I think you're okay here, right? You've got rook d1. It's very important. Yeah, this feels okay. So if you play queen d1, he has bishop b7 and your pawn is gone. Except the fact that you've got to watch for b4. I mean, damn. It's a good thing white's not castled. You know there's these lines where this happens? Are you aware of that? No, like seriously, you can stack him on the c-file by sacking a piece. I mean, in some cases, like, you just can't defend these pieces. They're just, like, stacked up. I've seen examples. It works, see? It's sound. b4 to rook c8. Possible. Oh, I have this one line in the Accelerated Queen's Indian. Maybe Blavix knows what I'm talking about, but, wow, apparently you're screwed here. So you had to play queen b5. Wow, this is dynamic as hell. He played e6. Wow, a6, there's no way I would have found that. That's a tough move to find. This looks bad. I mean, it looks bad for black to give up his b6 pawn. e6 is more natural. This was an interesting game, man. Yeah, d5 is best. He has to play knight e5. You have to play queen b5. And now, critical position, he plays e6. This is a pretty good game. I mean, this guy didn't really want to play e6. He wanted to play bishop e7. While you really went for it there. So if you take, you wanted to play for the initiative. You know what it is? It's like, Arsenal fan, you're like a newborn baby. You know, it's just like you have no fear. You didn't know how much danger you were in. He's like optimistic. I wanted to be aggressive. You know, you're lucky that you got out of this with no disadvantage. But that's good, you know, that's the whole point. If you don't have fear, you're not handicapped by it. Sometimes I'm too afraid if I have too much respect for the opponent. So rook d1 was actually too aggressive. Your king is still in the center. I can understand not wanting to play this move, though. You know, but I would be happy to get out of there. You know, you should be happy to get out of there with equal. Rook d1 was over the top. I mean, the bottom line is your king is still on e1. And black doesn't really have any problems. What are you going to do? Checkmate him? Bishop c5? I don't think so. Alright, I'm going to pass on that move. No, not today. Would you like some bishop c5? No, I like my dark square bishop. I'll pass. Yeah, now your rook gets attacked. So he's kind of materialistic. Oh no, this is no good, right? Because of rook d7. Well, actually, even that move is playable. It looks kind of dangerous. All right, so he goes here, hitting your a2. And you got the nasty. So if bishop a2, you hit him with the Hans Demon. Anal beads. Alright. We got beads for you, bro. With b4. And now you like just consolidated. And now it's totally symmetrical structure draw. I have a question though about this position, okay? I'm not really into fianchettoing knights. Your opponent decides voluntarily to play knight b7 here. I don't know, man. That seems kind of weird. Wouldn't it be better to put the knight on c6? Yeah, but your queen's not hurting anybody. Oh my god, you're gonna threaten my b6 pawn with your queen. I mean, your queen's not doing anything. It's nice there. It's very pretty, but why does he need to like drive it away? What's it doing? Okay, it's pretty powerful, but it has no concrete threat. You know, wouldn't be like a big deal. I don't know. This just looks weird. It's kind of slow. I get like getting his knight off of a5. I definitely agree with that, but this seems like a better square. The engine just wants to play like rook fd8. Okay, that makes more sense. That's a normal move. Rook fd8 is okay. Maybe he was afraid of like bishop g5. To be honest, probably he was afraid of bishop g5. But it's just nothing. You know, it's whatever. It's a draw. He just didn't like it on principle. Oh shit. That's a nice bishop you got there. Unfortunately, whoa. I don't know why I thought he was going to take with the knight. But okay, alright. I don't know, I don't like bishop c4, man. Yeah, I mean, of course knight c6 should be considered, but that's a powerful piece. There's a chance you can grind this guy down with two bishops. There's on both sides there's pawns. You've got a4, a5. Your bishops are like aimed at the queen side. I can see you winning this ending somehow, even though objectively it's a draw. But he's playing queen e6 and letting you play like bishop c4, where your bishop has an awesome outpost attacking f7. That doesn't seem like a good idea, man. He should have played knight takes. I feel like after a knight takes, he has good control of d4. White still has the slight edge. Oh, fuck. You don't think you like rook d7? Okay, I missed it. But he has this. Yeah, it's a little touch and go. You're kind of ganging up on the light squares. No, I mean, you might be right. I'm a little creeped out by this myself. Damn. I go back to knight b7. I don't like knight b7. But let's ask another stupid question. Okay, after knight d4, can he play bishop d7? I'm sure you got an answer for that. Your coordination is excellent here, by the way. So you go queen a6, pawn picking. Stupid question, as usual. Peter Pumpkin Eater picked a pickled a pawn. Bishop takes d4? No. Please. Bishop d4, you can resign after that, bro. Bishop d4 reside. I reside. I resign. I mean, you can take back either way. With the bishop or with the rook. But I resign either way. +3. No problem. Asterbate would play bishop takes c4. Do you have your report card? But even rook takes is good. Rook takes is +3. Bishop takes is plus 1.52. Show me your report card. Alright guys, I gotta go. I'm having too much fun here, but great game, Arsenal. No, obviously, like, bishop takes c4 is not an option. Yeah, you're on f7, so he's hanging on. But you got something, man. Arsenal's playing tight chess. He's learning from Master Sladgie. Not just Master Sladgie. I mean, I don't take credit for Arsenal fan, but I've helped him. Rook takes c8, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, queen takes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know about that, man. Maybe this is a little too much exchanges. You've got a real vice grip on him here, you know? Tight is right. Don't I forget that when I'm playing cash poker. Play like a freaking maniac. I feel like you should just squeeze him here somehow. What would Walter Brown do? I want to play h4, but it just drops a pawn. Dude, I don't know. I mean, this looks awfully good for you. You have such a wide variety of options. This is a problem, though. In some lines. You could even play this. I don't think I want to trade bishops, though. Damn, dude, you have a good position here. G3. Man, I was going to say it. But I felt a little unsure about this late squares here. See, my first suggestion was h4, but it drops the pawn. Other than that, it's great. So in order to play h4, I wanted to play g3, and the white squares you can afford to weaken because he doesn't have a white square bishop. But there is a little bit of weakness here. This, guarded, this is a threat. Here, attacking the rook, that. But as you can see, like, white's got a lot of stuff. Yeah, g3 is a really Karpovian move here. What you did is you cashed out, man. You went to the front desk and you cashed out. You said, all right, I'm going to cash out my chips. And you have two options. You can, like, torture Kasparov for 6 hours and agree to a draw, or you can offer a draw now and save your effort. Or you could possibly lose if you want to. No, I'm just kidding. It's not back rank mate. Yeah, this is an interesting position. There's still a chance to win. But I think you definitely cashed out quite a bit of your edge. And you've got a very difficult technical position now. We're going to take torture. Draw. Yeah, I mean, if you have to play queen e2, it's a draw. Is there any way you cannot play queen e2? You have to. Yeah, that's a draw. It's pretty clear. You would have to be up another pawn to win this. Oh, you can play bishop e2, yeah. And this is a draw. This is a draw. Claiming a draw. I'm claiming a draw. Alright, good game, man. I'm sorry, I gotta go. We got one more game. Goiju. Is it me or is it Goiju? Wow, it's late. It's 10:30. Just a quick run over the Goiju. Goiju is black. I just want to say, Goiju, that, you know, you're kind of out of your mind to play the Brooklyn defense as your opening in your first tournament game, but, you know, play what you play. What can I say? You know, I mean, you're basically handicapping yourself. I think it's most effective against weaker players. You really ought to have like maybe like a broader repertoire where you play two things. Analysis marathon. Yeah, guys, did my best. I enjoy it though. I enjoy analyzing more than playing. If in case you didn't notice, less stress and more fun. So this guy Goju is playing a 2140 USCF kid. So it's a kid. He plays like instantly because he plays like thousands of bullet games online. But he's strong tactically, you know. So he fits in the profile. Strong tactically, but plays too fast and is overconfident and plays too much bullet chess. Yeah, he's basically playing the hillbilly attack against the Brooklyn. But you know, this is an interesting position. That's disturbing that this kid played bishop c4. That's probably not such a good move. e6 is also very tempting. You know, it's tempting to play that. But d5 is clearly more dynamic, and you know, your c5 is playable as well. But this is obviously the best move. Best move. This is interesting. Man, I mean, this is so garbage for white. You'd think like a kid would be more interested in opening theory. But I guess you really freaked him out with knight g8. You know, if you had played knight d5, he would have known what to do. He seriously just never faced the Brooklyn variation in an over-the-board game, so he really just like randomly picked a move here. And then you're like, yeah, I mean, you got to take with the c pawn if you want to be dynamic. This is an interesting position. What about bishop e3, Arsenal? If you prefer analyzing rather than playing, never compose. You'd never have time for sleeping. I spend hours like being anonymous noobs in 10 before I go to sleep, dude. So I do play, but my ego's too fragile. Playing is painful. I need to feel energy. I like playing when I'm drunk better. I need like inspiration. Yeah, g6 is brave. No, I was thinking here, man, this is a tough one. You could play e5. I mean, e5 looks really risky. What would Bent Larson do? I mean, probably g6. No, g6 isn't just brave. I mean, g6 I would say is like a... I would call it like a standard move. d5 is totally fine. I mean, d5... Yeah, it should crush your mind because it freaking equalizes on the spot. I mean, there's no way that white has an advantage in this position. You know, come on. Arsenal just played the Panov. This is not as good as the Panov for white, probably. Bishop e5 check, bishop d7, or even knight c6, but probably bishop d7. So, what do you want white to do? I mean, he has nothing. It's like a bad Caro-Kann. g6 is more aggressive. You know, you're keeping the fluid center. The problem is that white can play d4, and you'll have like an advantage, like a normal Aliak can. I mean, I don't know. I guess he didn't play d4 because he thought you would play d5 or something. You gotta admit, like, white's play is pretty weird. You know, why doesn't he play d4? What is he doing? Queen e7? I mean, queen e2, like, that's sort of weird. Why is he not moving his central pawn? Okay, now finally. And here I was wondering, did white have some sort of tactic or something? Gotta be careful, you don't walk into like a bishop takes f7, king takes f7, Queen c4 check, no. Nothing there. c3. Now, you know, you missed your chance to equalize, and you're actually worse. Do you think knight g5 was worth a try after g6? No. Although I recommend it for acerbate. No, it's garbage. You know, I mean... I'm sorry, here. I'll just play d5, you know, you got nothing. It's nothing, it's just garbage for white. It's good for blitz or bullet. But Guiju messed this up, you know. I mean, once you give white the solid pawn with c3, now how do you equalize? Okay, honestly, it's not that bad. You do have a central majority here. You know, if this were like a symmetrical structure, you would just be worse. But you have the central majority. I don't like bishop g4. It's a bluff, and you know, you don't want to give up your bishop for nothing. Now f7 is really critical. And then you were very provocative. You played bishop f5. This looks like safer. I mean, I don't know if you consider the opponent who's 2140 like a superior opponent, higher rated, or like equal to you, or, you know, it's like you don't even have a rating, so you don't know. 2140 is almost a master, so it's like pretty good. This is a very provocative move, you know. I didn't think about that arsenal. But I think if you don't have a6 in, even that's not a forced exchange, because white can go like bishop e5. I just say, like, if you have a choice between bishop f5, bishop takes f3, and bishop d7, one is like solid, one is provocative, and the other one is like a concession. I'll go with solid for $5. If you play bishop d7, yeah, it's a little on the passive side, but he can't really hurt you. You know, now like d5, knight a5, and this pawn is gone, you know. You're pretty solid here. I'm not sure if I see any like inherent advantage. What's the advantage in putting your bishop on f5? You want to play knight e4? But like, what are you going to do? You know, it's slightly more active. But at the same time, the bishop itself is vulnerable to attack. And this is just a blunder. I mean, I'm not sure it's a blunder. Okay, it would be a blunder in the other position. This is a crazy move, though. I mean, this guy played recklessly. I think what we see here, I'm going to be honest with you, Guiju. Not to diss you, but I think what we have is a situation where this kid who was like 2140 underestimated you. Because you're unrated, he assumed you're like an idiot, and he probably like played too fast and didn't take you seriously enough. So he probably didn't play his best game. He was, you know, unrated, you know, whatever. It's unless he knows something from you, he has some information. If there was a way he knew that you're a pretty good player, then I take it back. But if he just knows you're unrated and you're a random guy, then I say he's playing recklessly because he thinks you're just a fish. I want to look at knight a5. You told him? Oh. Can I get my gun back? Never ever tell them anything. If you tell them a lie. Why did you tell him that? Tell him you're 1200, bro. What are you doing? This is war. If he asked you, oh man, I would be like, yeah, my latest rating was 1245 on lichess. Oh my god. So honest. Chess is war. Can we sack the exchange? Guiju sacks the exchange in this game. Arse. Can we sack the exchange? Before the game, but they already know I got 1850 provisional? How? Wait, where? What do you mean 1850 provisional from the director? Is Mr. Coffee gone? No, I don't know. You're probably right, Arsenal. I'm drinking beer. We're a little uncoordinated. I mean, we got like two pieces hanging. We got pressure on e7. Yeah, it's I'm getting a little carried away. Sorry, the missus won't let you drink beer tonight. But I don't like knight b8. It's too passive. I want something dynamic. Damn. I mean, dude, whatever. Alright, even that. Is our knight trapped? Our knight is trapped. Yep. Yep. This is why the guy played knight d5. I mean d5. So, it wasn't such a stupid move. It's only after he makes a mistake. What is he supposed to play, though? He leaves his pawn, like, artificially isolated here. And now a6, a4, h6, bishop h4. Damn, and I thought you were like, dude, honestly, Goiju, I thought you were gone under when you played g5. I thought this was curtains, man. It looks really weak. But your position was more resilient than I thought. The combination of the knight having to kick back to b8 and having to weaken your king side with g5. I thought maybe we were just like going too far. It's easy for white to get overconfident here. But I think the key to the position is this, you know. This is not a great player. He's a 2140. He's like some kid who does a lot of puzzles, and he's really good at basic tactics, and he plays really fast. But overall, he's not very deep, you know. Depth is not there, or he wouldn't be 2140, he would be like 2440. He's just playing like superficially, and he calculates basic tactics well, and he's super fast. The problem is his d5 pawn isn't well supported. Now, you're threatening knight b6. Goodbye. So he played that. And then rook c8. And then white lost his mind completely. White is better here, I think. You know, spatially better. But he has to be careful. And I don't know. You know, this pawn, he needs to protect it. Like, what's he supposed to play? I don't know. The pawn is overextended. Yeah, he went f4. He got the Miro disease. He is Hayes Miro with a rating. Oh my god. So this is it, man. He's 2140 and he did f4. This is the I have no respect for you move. I'm just a complete, like, you know, maniac. He just missed it. I think he just missed it, Arsenal. It's not what he didn't care, dude. He just missed it. He had to have missed it. He got reckless and he missed it. You know, is what happened. And then White's just worse. But he managed to play the best. Now he defended the best. Queen e3. Yeah, 96 Esterman-esque. You got the juicy dark square bishop. And now you got to be careful. I mean, he has a lot of space. This looks natural. But honestly, like, his space advantage on something like knight f5 is still very large. So Guizhou played pretty well. You know, here we have like a Blobix type of scenario with two knights versus two bishops. I think you could play this, but I'm not convinced that it's all that good. So I really like the way that Guizhou played this. He found the best move here. No, this is even better. This is an amazing move. This is like his best move of the game, rook c5. Because the whole theme was about the d5 pawn. It's an amazing move. Like, this move is the only move that causes problems for white. And now the problem is, like, c4 leaves his knight kind of loose. I didn't analyze this. I mean, he has a trash compactor with b4. You guys remember, like, the trash compactor scene in Star Wars? The original Star Wars? With, like, getting squashed in the trash compactor? You gotta watch for the trash compactor. I guess it's just, like, you take on a5. I'll take it. It's a pawn. So the trash compactor doesn't work. He had to play this, and he, like, loses the pawn on d5. But now he traps the rook. So I'm like, oh man, Guizhou is Ding Liren. Your new name is Guizhou Liren. So here, I think even like rook c5 is a weird move. Possibly. Like take. Guizhou Liren. You did the same thing like Ding Liren. Like you equalized with a brilliant exchange sack. Probably had a slight edge and then you lost. Because creativity is never rewarded. As Arsenal knows very well. Check bishop d3. What? What? I can check what? Bishop d3, like immediately? You ended up doing that in the game, after c4. He ended up doing that idea in the game, but what the problem with that is, like, what does it do? Like, I don't understand what this does. Like, I get it if you take it, it's fork, but, like, does it actually do anything? Okay, you're attacking c4. But just, no, I mean, to be... wins on... Like, what do you do on b3? Oh, a5? Okay, but it's not even relevant. Like, a5's hanging anyway. Why don't we just take the a5 pawn? I don't understand. Why play bishop b3? We can just take his a pawn. Dude, your bishop is like guarding your king side, and his bishop sucks on f1. You want to trade that g6 bishop for the bishop on f1? I don't think so. I will trade his knight on f5, though. But anyway, like, this happened. He played this, he took, and then here. Then I'm wondering, like, maybe you have some crazy-ass move here. I keep thinking, like, there's something crazy, like, knight d3, bishop d3, rook d4, takes, e5. No, it's not good. What's the best way to sack the exchange, is the question. Probably what you did. And this is the next move, that's the bummer. So this reminded me of the Ding Liren game. Game 7 when he lost. We sack the exchange, we have a pawn for the exchange, we have two bishops. But we're going to lose on time to Nepomniachtchi. Let's just ask a question here, okay? What if you played like b6 or something, just for kicks and giggles? I mean, it's like, just, it's equal, 0.0. I just want to start like trading off his pawns. The pawn in a5 is really cramping me here. The question is like, what should you do? e6 is another move. This actually looks quite good. I would have beat this guy somehow. No, maybe, hopefully. But I like e6 too. This actually looks pretty good. Is this a problem? Well, it's not even a threat, right? This takes away the f5 square from his knight, man. That's a huge move. So I think all you need is more experience, Goju. This guy, you know, he's got nothing on you. He does have an interesting rook lift here, maybe, but you got to be confident. This is a bad move. You know what? This is a bad move on multiple levels. It was a bad move tactically, but it was a bad move strategically too. Why would we want to trade off our own bishop pair? You know what I mean? Why would we want to trade? Arsenal wanted to do it earlier. Why we want to trade our active defender, protector of f7, and guardian of the king, because we don't have a freaking g-pawn. Why are we trading that for like a bad bishop on f1? Because we're in time pressure and we want to do something to trade pieces. But e6 is good. b6 is good. But this was a blunder, and the guy missed. Check it out. He missed this. He missed bishop takes e3, knight takes e3, queen g3. Knight takes e1, knight f5. If this guy sees anything, he should have seen this. Because that's all he does, like sit around, like doing puzzles and playing bullet chess all day. Doesn't watch my stream. You know, he doesn't think about the game in a deep sense. You know, he's just like doing math homework and playing superficial puzzles and bullet chess. But unfortunately, he doesn't even see that, and you still lost. You know, and you're holding here. I don't really like d5. I'm going to tell you right now. At this point, I think like maybe he's better. The problem is like you're down the exchange, but d5 like worsens your structure. So I think you should just like try to stay solid, play on the dark squares. This is an understandable move, but you worsen your structure now. This is isolated, isolated, isolated. You're down the exchange and you have 3 isolated pawns. I think you're starting to slip here. But anyway, he didn't play that well. And this ended up happening. He like allowed the simplification. I don't get it. And suddenly like Goju's just like holding on. And this was the final end of the game. White's a tiny bit better. He sacked back the material. And the problem is like White's king is a tad safer. So I'm not sure what you should do. It's not an easy way to like force a draw or something. Check king h1. You just have to stay active. No, it wasn't a draw. He lost. He blundered. He blundered down. Time pressure. Play queen f5. Lost the rook. One move blunder. But you know, this is kind of a torturous situation now. I mean, we want to put our king on like g7, but we have problems here. Goju's king is not the safe. What we need to do is get our queen on the dark square. Can we guard against threats? h8 is guarded, but d3 isn't guarded. Because you can always play f5 if you have to. You know, it's a draw, but it's a little technical. Anyway, good game. Alright, you lost on a one-move blunder. I mean, this is stupid. Okay, guys, it's been long. I gotta go. I'll see you tomorrow. Friday. Nice knowing you. I hope I get better from the plague. It was fun. Have a great day. Thanks, Mr. Coffee. We'll see everybody later. Thanks for your support. Bobix with the gift subs. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Mr. Coffee, you're the best. Later, guys. Bye bye.